Thank you for being here at the Community Center. I am calling to order this special meeting of the Sterling Heights City Council for our annual strategic planning session. If you would please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, please bless our elected officials. Grant them courage and wisdom to do what is right for all citizens. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Ms. May. Can we please have the roll call?
Mrs. Koski?
Present.
Mr. Radke?
Present.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Present.
Mrs. Sorowski?
Here.
Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Mr. Yanez?
Here.
Mrs. Yarko?
Present.
All right, thank you, Council. We need approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the agenda. Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. If you don't mind silencing phones, that would be appreciated. Okay, today is our strategic planning session. We hold this annually in January. We have a number of exciting items to talk about and maybe other things that will be brought up throughout the course of the day. As always, I'm going to turn it over to our city manager, Mark Vanderpool, who will take it from here. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have the honor of introducing a number of our presentations this afternoon. And on behalf of our administration, we're really excited to present all the initiatives that we're unveiling today. And we've really appreciated the feedback from City Council in establishing the topics that we're reviewing today as well. The timing of strategic planning is strategic in and of itself. Knowing the budget process for fiscal year 2026 is already underway, and some of the initiatives we'll be talking about today may either directly or indirectly impact the forthcoming budget and budgets after. As you can see from the agenda, we have 4 major areas to cover today with numerous presenters under each area. There is about 30 minutes under each of the 4 areas of discussion for City Council to provide feedback. Of course, City Council can take more time if needed. In addition, there'll be time for City Council feedback at the end of all the presentations, and we expect that'll be around 4:30-ish or so. And like any council meeting, the general public will have a chance to comment under communications from residents. While administration receives feedback from the mayor and the city council on a regular basis, including the obvious, which is city council meetings twice a month, we also get feedback during our budget hearings, various special meetings throughout the year, like the one we had in August between the Planning Commission and the City Council. And in addition, weekly and daily communications that administration has with the mayor and City Council. But nonetheless, strategic planning provides an opportunity to look at the big picture and macro-oriented initiatives beyond our day-to-day operations. So let me draw attention to the screen to review our Visioning 2040 plan. This is important because we spent so much time developing it with engagement from residents and businesses. And our mission statement for our Visioning 2040 plan is a tagline you've all heard, and it's innovating living. That is our mission. It's what we think we do pretty well. I think our residents feel that we do it fairly well, although we'll be checking in with residents once again this year as we conduct our 5-year resident satisfaction survey, which will be unfolding late spring, early summer. And then, of course, with our mission statement is our guiding principles. And so I'm just going to breeze through some of these. First, public safety. It's the centerpiece of really so much of what we do in the city. We have great police and fire departments, great public safety services, And so a guiding principle, not surprising, is public safety that's equitable, responsive, and proactive. Today, we're going to be talking a lot about sustainability. We have many sustainability initiatives underway, and so not surprisingly, we have a guiding principle there under our Visioning 2040 plan, and that is a city that is exceptionally maintained, sustainable, and environmentally responsible. And speaking of innovating living, we have a guiding principle of enriched living, educational and recreational opportunities, and programming for all ages, abilities, and interests. And our programming over the years has become more and more diverse, and it ranges from everything at programming at the library to Sterling Fest, music in the park, and so much in between. Of course, our neighborhoods are a vital part of our community, and we want to make sure that we have plentiful and diverse housing and green spaces available for not only existing residents, but new residents. And our population, thankfully, continues to grow, and it's because the mayor and council continue to focus on quality of life and outstanding neighborhoods. Of course, we want a city that's engaged with residents and businesses through innovative channels. We'll hear about some of them today in technology. And of course, our business community is the financial lifeblood of our day-to-day financial vitality. So we want to make sure that Sterling Heights is a destination for entrepreneurs, high-tech, and emerging industries. We focus a lot on our big companies like Stellantis, Ford, BAE, General Dynamic, Land Systems, but it's our smaller companies that really push our city forward as well. We want to make sure we have distinctive areas that are vibrant, attractive, with unique offerings and focal points. And lastly, our final guiding principle is an accessible city that is connected with a robust system of pathways and trails. And of course, we're always talking about this, and we're going to talk about it more today. And then our Visioning 2040 core values, really, these are the values that we center all of our activities on, and that's we approach everything we do with integrity, in a welcoming fashion, centered on excellence. You know, we want to make sure that we're always implementing best practices and under the spirit of continuous improvement, a city that's proactive, cutting edge, trying new things, with the understanding that we may not always get it right. Sometimes we have to reset, go at it differently, but we're lucky in that the mayor and city council allow administration to approach our jobs in a proactive way. Responsiveness, we pride ourselves on being incredibly responsive to our community, residents, and businesses alike. We're collaborative, we partner. It's nice to see some of our federal, state, and county representatives, some even here today. We have great collaboration with them, and because of that, we're able to push a lot of initiatives forward. And we want to be sure that our values are centered on fun, too. We want to have a community that's fun, enjoys living here, and takes great pride in the city. So that's what Visioning 2040 is all about. A big part of Visioning 2040 is sustaining excellence. So let me kick off our first presentation. We're renowned for being a leader in public safety, as I mentioned. Our distinction as a safe city in Michigan is something cities aspire to across the state. And you may have heard even recently, the mayor of Dearborn threw out a challenge informing our mayor that he was coming after Sterling Heights for the #1 spot as being the safest city in Michigan, the safest big city. And of course, our mayor and city council responded saying, we welcome the challenge. We're happy that cities are aspiring to be as safe as our city. And when other cities do that, the entire state benefits. So we have this great distinction across Michigan as being a safe city that others want to mirror. You may recall the fire department, our award-winning fire department. They just received Department of the Year this past week by the mayor and the city council. They are highly rated. They have a ISO rating, which is the Insurance Services Organization. They rate departments across the country. We have a number 2, one of the highest in the state of Michigan. And you may recall that we developed a multifaceted strategic plan in concert with the entire fire department a few years ago. And we're going to be discussing a specific component of that plan, the community risk assessment, which was recently completed by the Center for Public Safety Management, better known as CPSM. And with us today is Senior Manager Joseph Pozo, who will discuss the assessment along with the opportunities and challenges for the fire department over the ensuing years. Again, centered on excellence and continuous improvement. CPSM works with local government leaders across the country to analyze fire, EMS, emergency communications, and public safety operations, with the idea of ensuring that we're implementing best practices, not only in Sterling Heights, but that others have implemented that we need to get implemented here. Chief Pozo has over 40 years in public service, including numerous leadership positions. Most recently served as the Director of Public Protection for Volusia County, Florida, where he provided executive leadership to the fire, EMS, emergency management, corrections, animal control, and beach safety divisions. Mr. Pozo holds a Master's of Public Administration degree from Troy University, a BA in Public Administration from St. Leo University, numerous public safety technical certifications, and he holds the Chief Fire Officer designation from the Center for Public Safety Excellence and is a Senior Certified Professional in Human Resources. Following Mr. Pozo will be our Fire Chief, who will elaborate some on all that we're doing in response to the assessment you're about to hear from. So I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Pozo at this time.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, members of council, Joe Pozo with Center for Public Safety Management. No need to go over any more there. Mr. Vanderpool covered all of that and what our agency does. I will tell you that we do a lot of work in the state of Michigan. In fact, we're here this week doing another project for another city just west of here. So we continue all the great things that we do. And I've done many projects here as well in Michigan. So very familiar with the Michigan Municipal League and, all the issues and challenges really that the state has and all the fire departments and all the EMS agencies. So with that, we can start our slide presentation. How do we do that? Go to the podium where the clicker is. Okay. All right. We're in position now.
You can take it back if you want.
No. This is good. That way I can see all of the council. And so, again, thank you so much for having us right into your city. As the manager stated, you have already completed a strategic plan for fire and EMS. We actually used a lot of that information in our study. So with a strategic plan and a community risk assessment and standards of cover, which is what our firm did for you, the chief actually does have some really good planning and guidance materials and that he will use as he goes forward with fire and EMS, and that you have been certainly a part of with the strategic plan. And you'll become a little bit more familiar today with what a community risk assessment, or CRA as we call it in the industry, standards of cover, or SOC. And what a standards of cover really does is that looks at all of the operational aspects of the agency. We take a deep dive into certainly all of your response times and your workload of all the units, which is really important. We look at the resiliency, right? How resilient are all the units, meaning can they respond to multiple calls at once, and what are their response times, and how is all of that affected? But the bigger piece is a community risk assessment. Staffing and deploying of fire and EMS agencies across the country is built all around risk, and it links to risk in the community. Some communities have larger risk depending on where you are. You're very familiar with one. You've been watching it on the West Coast, okay? So there's certainly wildland fires, drought, things such as that. Those are huge environmental risks that have a great impact on fire services. East Coast, where I'm from, Florida, right? Our risk is, a large risk is what? Tropical systems, right? You watch that from here, from really July right on through November. So you see all of the things that we have to prepare for. Then there's building risk, transportation risk, right? Different types of buildings. Your community, right, your largest risk is single-family dwellings, okay? Then you also have, a lot of mixed use. You got multifamily, right? You got densification. You have a lot of large footprint, mercantile and industry, right? Got some car manufacturing plants, all the things you're familiar with. Well, what the fire department has to do is plan around all those risks. And you have a lot of varying demographics that drive your EMS, right? A lot of people need emergency medical services, so we'll talk about a couple of the great programs that you have in place for that. So let's move into what really we found, right? So our key findings in our report. First, let's talk about your fire department. You being the safest city, right? I guess in Michigan or the region. That's a lot to be said for what you do as a council, what the management team does to address the concerns of public safety. So your fire and EMS department. I'll tell you that you have a very good fire and EMS department. It wasn't anything that we saw that was alarming, triggered anything that we thought really needed a lot more attention. We'll talk about a couple of things as we go through. But I will tell you, you have a very good fire chief as well, and I'm not saying that just because he's sitting here to the left of me. We've had many conversations, right? We have to engage the fire chief a lot when we do these studies. But the way he thinks, he's very progressive in the programs and to address the issues and challenges and the risk in this city. I can tell you that you've got a good one. And I don't think there's anything else to be said there. The manager talked about your ISO 2 rating. That's a community rating. So there's three big things that go into that. Emergency communications, the fire department, which gets the biggest score, and then your water distribution system. So it's a community rating, although the fire department is a bigger piece. And, of course, you have a lot of, as we talked about, risk and demands in your city. I won't go through that entire list, but I will go to the end, right? Your environmental factors, we're living through it now. It's cold here, okay? It's colder than it is in Florida. I was talking to one of the council members when he first came in, right? I don't live in Pensacola. I don't live in the Panhandle, right? So I didn't get any snow. We just got a little chilly. But chilly to us is 60 degrees, okay, and 40 degrees at night. But you have a lot of environmental things that affect fire and EMS and affect how you respond. And you also have a lot of social needs in your population, which I was very pleased to hear, even when we came in, that the chief was very interested in mobile integrated health program, community paramedicine program, which I'll talk a little bit about as we go through and what that's going to do for your community. Here's your ISO. This is how you sort of rate, right? You're in the top 2% in the state of Michigan and the top 7% in the country. Be proud of that. That's a very good rating, okay, for your community and the effect that has on, fire and peril insurance, okay? So be very proud of that. There's a lot that goes into building that rating. And a lot of that goes through council because you have to make decisions on funding. You have to make decisions on deploying of services, right? So all of those decisions feed into what your ISO rating is. You have developed a comprehensive EMS system. It's very good. The training, the medical direction, the care that your providers give to your community. You know, we went to every fire station. And so when you go to every fire station, you walk in and you see all the firefighters, right? The officers and the firefighters. You see all the apparatus. So there's a lot of things you can tell about a fire department when you walk into a fire station, right? They have clean apparatus or dirty apparatus. Doesn't mean a lot to some people, but it means a lot to just what's the culture in that fire department? How do they look? Do the shoes shine? Do they shave? They got their shirt tails tucked in. That's the culture of the fire department. So we saw all the positive things, right? Stations are clean. Trucks are clean. Everybody's shaving. Shirt tails are tucked in. Yes, sir. No, sir. How are you? A lot of questions, right? Very, very good culture in your fire department. That just tells you they care. They care about what they're doing. They care about their jobs. They care about the public that they serve. The fire marshal's office. We did see some things in the fire marshal's office that does need some attention, right? And one of those is you've got anywhere between 3,600 and 5,500 occupancies that require some level of fire prevention inspection in your city. And what we found is that the fire marshal's not getting to all of those. Some of them they're having a hard time identifying. So one of the things that we looked at is, well, you have to address that in one way or the other. And you can throw all the money you want at a program like that, but you still never catch up. So we've made a couple of recommendations to the chief on some software that he can get that will help him identify a lot of where the risk is. And when you look at building risk, right, you're identifying occupancies that need to be inspected as well. So that will help him. And just some recommendations as we'll get to. I'm good. Thank you so much. We'll look at some things, as we get to that in our recommendations. However, if there is a agency inside of the fire agency that needs some attention, it is your community risk reduction piece, right? Because the firefighters on the trucks and the ambulances that are going out, they're not preventing fires. They're addressing the fires, right? They're mitigating the emergencies. Your fire prevention office prevents fires through their inspection activities and their public life safety education activities. This is your historical workload. A standard of cover requires, through the Center of Public Safety Excellence accreditation, which is where these reports come out of, requires a 3-year analysis. And so what this analysis really tells you is, when you look at it, is you run about 47 calls a day in your city. You have 47 calls, fire and EMS calls a day. About 17,000 calls, plus or minus, as you go through the 3-year period. And then you see this piece on there called runs, okay? So a call is one call, right? Could be one unit. When more than one unit goes, each one of those units gets a credit, right, for running on that call. So we classify that as a run. So you're always going to have more runs than you have calls. So you can see you're up around 28,000 plus runs. Those are multiple unit calls, which is an important piece to look at, particularly in a city the size of yours with the population that you have. And the number of calls that you're getting, right? Those are just 911 calls for fire and EMS. What's the resiliency? How does that affect when you have 3 ambulances tied up out of 5 or 4 out of 5? Or 3 or 4 engines tied up at one time, right? So what's the resiliency piece, which we'll talk about here in just a little bit. This is where your demand is, right? So we take all of that data and we build it into these maps. On the right is your population density. And this is no different than anywhere we do projects. The more densified areas of population, it's going to be more calls, particularly EMS. Then when you overlay, which we've done in the larger report, when you overlay certain socioeconomic issues, okay, then you will see that also correlates to EMS demand. EMS demand really is driven today not by just an emergency. A lot of it's driven by access to health care. So when you look at the access to health care in your community and who has that, who has transportation, can they get to their private physician? The ones that have access to health care issues, the ones that have transportation issues, typically call 911 when they're sick. So that drives your demand up. So you can see the correlations there, the lesser demand areas, right, correlate to lesser densified population. But you don't have a lot of places in your city where you're not really densely populated. You're pretty densified. So response times. All councils want to know, well, how are our response times? Are they good? Are they bad? Do they match, nationally what you see? So the first thing we'll just kind of look at is, we'll just talk a little bit about response times and what the benchmark is. And the benchmark is National Fire Protection Association, or NFPA, 1710. That's the benchmark for primarily career fire departments, which is what you have. So there's a call processing time. You see that generally we just look at, right, less than or equal to or less than 64 seconds 90% of the time. So the 911 center gets the call, they ask their questions, they process it, and they're dispatching the units in 64 seconds. The county's 911 is 102 seconds, right? So that's a little bit higher than that standard. I can tell you across the country, there's not a lot of 911 centers that meet that standard. They're within 30 or 40 seconds, okay? And some of that has to do if they're using an emergency medical dispatch protocol where they have a lot more questions to ask on an EMS call, which the Macomb County 911 Center has. So that's going to elongate that somewhat. Turnout time, that's all human driven. That's all fire department driven. So the optimal is 80 seconds or less for an EMS call, right? You're not putting any gear on. You're getting in the ambulance and you're getting out the door. For fires, it's, 80 seconds or less for a fire. You're putting your gear on, so it takes a little longer. 60 seconds or less for an EMS call. You're a little above that. And that's just something for the chief to address, right? And the battalion chiefs and his staff to address that with the firefighters. Doesn't say they're doing anything wrong, because that's not something typically that is monitored, looked at, and it's not until you get a pretty lengthy report where we take a deep dive into your data, we see it, we point it out, we just make a recommendation. Hey, you want to be able to meet this turnout time. And the reason why this is important is because your travel times to the calls are long, and you can already see where your call processing time is long. So where you can cut this down, you want to cut that down, because when you look at the overall call, there's something going on before the person even calls 911, right? A lot of times people get a kitchen fire, they think they have a fire in their house, and they go and look for it. Or they try to put it out themselves, and the whole time it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Then they call 911. You go 4 or 5 minutes or more before somebody calls 911. Same if somebody gets sick. What's wrong with you? Do you think it's indigestion? Take a Rolaids. Let's see what this, and they're really having a heart attack, right? So you go sometimes 10 minutes before you even call. So you're really getting into a lot of timelines that make a difference. That's why I always like to look at turnout time. The travel times are going to be what they are. It's 240 seconds for the first arriving unit. You're at 354 seconds, so you're a little longer. That's just nothing more than station distribution. Where are your stations in relationship to your calls and your road network? So there's a lot of factors that go into it. Snow and ice is one, right? So we're taking this over a 1 year and a 3 year period when we look at it. So you've had some winter storms in here, and there's some things that affect this just pretty much on a daily basis. We give you a map. We want to show you 240 seconds what it looks like. This is the national standard, and that's the green there is just what we call a bleed over your city streets. We use a professional system, ArcGIS, when we do this, and when we do this, we use the speed limits of those streets, stop signs, stop lights, and so we take everything into advantage, and we like to take an average of what the busiest times of the days are, so it's a little bit more realistic. Because at 2 in the morning, it's different than 2 in the afternoon. 5 in the morning is certainly different than 5 in the afternoon, right? So this is probably pretty average of what it looks like. So when you look at what do we see across the country, that box on the right, comparative response times. So I asked our data analyst, hey, tell me a city about the size of Sterling Heights with about the population, just give them some ranges. What have we found in all of the 200 plus studies, 250 plus studies we have done? And you can see you are not that far off. You're right there with everything else. See what the dispatch times are nationally, what we see, right? 1.6 to 1.7. So you're within all of this, even your travel times. Okay, so you're not that far off. Effective response force. This is key. This is a key piece of what we look at when we do a standards of cover. An effective response force is the number of people required for different types of emergencies. There are critical tasks, another key term you'll see in the report. There are critical tasks that have to be done, we'll start first on the fire ground. And they need to be done simultaneously, not one after another after a number. So it takes a certain amount of people to do that. Real quick, single family dwelling fire, 1,800 square foot, you got a lot of those in your city, right? Fire department pulls up, smoke coming out of the front door, out of a couple of windows. First thing they do is they size it up. Single family dwelling, right? We've got smoke coming out. We're not sure if there's anybody in there or not. Can't get confirmation on that. So we know we got to get in the building. So they take a hose line off the truck, right? Stretch the first line to the front door. Now you need somebody to come with you, right? Because you got to do search and rescue as well when you go in. Got to have somebody who ventilates, right? Starts to release all that smoke and heat, right? Sometimes they cut a hole in the roof. Sometimes they take some windows out. Just depends on really what the situation is. So those are critical tasks, okay? So we have to keep that in mind. And you have enough for a single-family dwelling fire, right? Because there's different numbers, and you'll see that as you go along. Mutual aid, you've got a very good mutual aid system in the city. Although there's another thing called automatic aid where you have surrounding jurisdictions and they're built into the run cards. We looked at your staffing, right? So you're at 29 a day now. And really, with all the, you probably have a lot of conversations with the chief about overtime. So when you get into overtime, it takes additional people really if you want to cut that down. So we just did a formula here, and really what it says is you need 7.5 people extra a day. I'm not telling you got to go hire 7.5 people extra a day. It's a good drill to run through because it gives you an idea of why the chief has all the overtime that he has. It's minimum staffing on fire units. So some quick recommendations here. Just work with the chief. The chief needs to work with you on just maintaining that minimum staffing every day. Collaborate with the medical director on your MIH program. The important piece there is you're not putting that in place just to reduce EMS calls because you're not going to see that right away. That's a program to navigate people who have access to health care issues and other issues to get them to the right service that they need. It could be public health, it could be social services, it could be nutrition. Could be any one of those things. That's the key to mobile integrated health. We also recommend you work with the 911 center. Their call processing time is a little long. A lot of it's with their emergency medical dispatch. The chief needs to work with them, which he already is. He's going to tell you about that. Because you want to, through that emergency medical dispatch, you don't want to send a fire truck on every EMS call. Fire trucks should be going on the higher acuity calls. The low acuity calls should be ambulance only. Get a good comprehensive fire prevention plan. NFPA 1730 is a good guideline for that. NFPA 915 is a remote inspection and testing program that the chief could implement. Work with contiguous jurisdictions for more automatic aid as opposed to just mutual aid where you have to call them to come over. You want to have certain units built into your run cards. Take a look at that staffing factor. Chief should do that every year at the budget just to see where are we with our staffing. And then you got a blend there, right? You can budget on how much overtime you need or you think you're going to need the next year. And also, if you want to hire some additional FTEs to reduce your overtime. The squad's out of service 97% of the time. And so what you want to do with that squad is because they cannibalize those people every day, right? And they put them on the engines and the ladder. So our recommendation there is just take it out of service. You're not using it anyways, and build those tools and those sort of rescue concepts just into your engine companies. They're going to be more mobile anyways. And let's see here, quick response vehicles. We were asked to look at quick response vehicles. I think you have some opportunity there for quick response vehicles. I would start it with the ladder truck, keeps the ladder off the road more. Quick response vehicle on the road more. Reduces wear and tear on the ladder. They're the most expensive piece of apparatus you're going to buy. So it's very good to sort of think through that. But you're going to have to add at least one additional person or get to 30 a day so you can keep 2 on the ladder and 2 on the QRV when you split those resources up. Talked about that. Just a couple of quick things, what our SOC does. It gives you some compliance methodology, right, which we've already done, giving you some performance objectives. There's a list there of the things. We talked about all of that. We've laid all of that out in the report. And then really the biggest piece is compliance, right? You want to go through, you want to get everything implemented, evaluate it continuously, get your compliance strategies. How are we going to comply with the performance measures? And the biggest thing, you got to validate it, right? You got to continually validate it, and then you start all over. Chief? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm going to continue the presentation with things that we've started to do and things that we're planning to do. So one of the things that we started back in 2024 was medical priority dispatch. This has been a lot of work with ComTech and also our medical director to kind of get this in work. So what this basically is that we take their current power phone system that they're using, we built in additional questions to kind of get us to different response levels. So the old system that we had in place was we basically did life-threatening and non-life-threatening calls. And this is 2 big categories that we kind of dump our patients into, and it leaves a lot of gray area in between those things. So our people are always making decisions every day about what to take, how to take it, and to do that. So the medical priority dispatch, when we get the system fully implemented, right now what we have is all the questions built out to arrive at these different response levels. The next step is we're going to be meeting with ComTech to align our apparatus responses to the different colors there. So blue is the most critical. It's going to be the closest units that are available to the call and get enough resource to deal with it, and that could be a cardiac arrest or somebody who stopped breathing. Red's a serious medical call that's going to require a lot of people to take care of that patient in a fairly quick time. That's going to be a medic and an engine. Orange is we got a potentially serious issue, so we need to make sure that we get the right resources there with the medic. Yellow, they need an evaluation. We're going to build into the system some EMTs that can do that. And in green is a low priority call that we might be able to hold for a short situation. There's often days where we get 4 or 5 ambulances committed during certain time periods of the day, and this will really help us to take some of those calls and maybe say, okay, we're going to respond in 15 minutes to that call because we've got other priority calls coming in. And that's done through BLS and ALS units. So to do this, we need to really look at when our peak call times are and the day of the week that we're having these calls. So if you look at the right, that's an hour, a 24-hour time period of when we have our peak calls, and they usually go from 8 o'clock in the morning to about 10 at night that we have high levels of calls. If you look at the thing to the chart to the left, that's days of week. So what we're kind of doing with this peak time ambulance that we're doing, we're working with the union on this project, is to stand this up with 4 individuals, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, which are our busiest times, with a whole intent of getting 1 to 2 ambulances on the street. This is also data-driven because of our strategic plan and the community risk assessment that we've undertook. We've done the memorandum. We're kind of in those negotiations right now. The trial basis is 4 firefighter EMTs that'll be working during this peak time. They'll all be on 1 shift, so if we get some call-offs, we'll still be able to stand up at least 1 unit. We're projecting to try to start this in the summer of 2025. It does require the medical priority dispatch to be in place, so that should be in place by then. It's a 4 10-hour work schedule, and our goal is 1 to 2 EMT ambulances. Now, these ambulances will be located at Station 1 and respond to the entire city for those low acuity calls. So if you go back to the different color calls, the yellow and green is what they're going to be primarily displaced to or dispatched to. And they're going to respond all across the city. So we'll be staffing, at times, possibly 3 ambulances out of Station 1. Whoops, too fast. All right, one of the other things that we're putting in place is the mobile integrated health. This person is going to have a medical background. They're going to do statistical analysis of the EMS calls, which is really highly important to make sure that we understand the reasons. We have a high, not a high number, we have probably about 200 residents that call us about 1,200 times a year. We really need to go and find out why those people are calling and to provide them with resources. So with the addition of the second caseworker, that person's going to be assigned to the fire department and work with a MIH individual to find the resources to make those connections, to make our healthier community, and to help the residents and improve the wellness of the community. This is all done through using data analytics. So the start of the program, we're basically have to try to find the people that we need to take care of and their locations, and to develop strategic initiatives to be effective in reducing these EMS calls, whatever it may be. This may be as simple as providing some Meals on Wheels. This may be trying to find Uber lifts to where they go to a doctor's office a little bit more regularly, but many different strategies to make that happen. And the main part of that is we're going to be taking those information that we gathered in the community risk, the places where we're having the calls, the people that are in poverty, and where our elderly population are located, so we can target those areas to help those individuals lead a more healthy life. So as we get started, we're going to try to find the super users. And I talked about this a little bit earlier about how many residents that we're transporting on a regular basis. We need to work on reducing the residential lift assist. This could be, exercise programs that we get them involved in to where they can get back up after they fall on their own. It might be hooking them up with some resources to be able to do that. We need to look at to educate people and then develop those collaborative partnerships. And that's going to be the key to the mobile integrated health is the partnerships along the way. So the future goals of the program, so once we've done that initial data analytics and we've dealt with kind of like our high system users, we're going to be branching out more and doing more collaborative efforts. And it may be some post-discharge follow-up. It might be some chronic disease management. But the big emphasis on the very front of it is find the people most needy that need the help and work with them to eliminate their use of 911 for us and to help them lead a healthier life. The other thing that was brought up was the quick response vehicle. To do this, this would be stationed out of Station 1. It would be staffed with the ladder truck. We need to increase our staffing to be able to do this. And it would be paired. So what happened with this particular vehicles, this helps us deal with the increasing number of public service calls and low acuity calls. And this would allow us to have two people kind of disengage from the ladder truck, respond on this vehicle, take care of a problem. This would have some firefighting equipment on it, so it can handle very small fires, not large fires. So if they're out and about, they could handle those small, like maybe grass fires or something like that, and then catch up to the ladder truck. When both units are in service, all 4 people would respond on the ladder truck to solve that problem. All right, so the implementation steps, we need to hire more staff. We're suggesting 9. We're going to use the SAFER grant and a newly created GMET program in Michigan as financial resources to be able to do that. And it's going to be implemented after we deal with medical priority dispatching and peak staffing. So what we're really doing is a multi-pronged approach to handle our ever-increasing EMS call limits, or call volumes that we have. One of the things that we put in place at the end of 2024 was the Community Risk Reduction Officer, who kind of works in fire prevention. This person will be teamed up with the MIH. They'll also do some very high-risk fire inspections and help on that end. But the whole goal of this is to develop these strategies to reduce the risk of our community and make it even a safer place than we have right now. Right now, the Community Risk Reduction Officer has completed some of their training. They've taken a data analysis class, and they attended one of their classes at the National Fire Academy to date. So our main goal in 2025 is to help fire prevention, besides standing up these other programs. So as you can see, we have a lot of work ahead of us in 2025. So one of the main things that we need to do is develop a comprehensive program for fire prevention. So part of the issue is prior to 2012, the fire department used a program called 4D. When they migrated from the 4D program to the New World program, they didn't do a data migration. So when you do that data migration, it's a chance to review and clean your information. And when you don't do that, you usually do it based on the cost of that data migration. So the organization kind of looked at the cost and said maybe it was too high, so they choose to hand enter all that data. So when you do that, you have every intention of coming back and looking at that data to make sure it is clean and it is good, but usually you never get to it, and that's just the fact of reality. So to help us with that, we're going to use some ArcGIS solutions. So what you're seeing on the right is actually a program that we've already stood up. It's kind of in its infancy phases, and it's going to give us a visualization of our risks in the community and kind of what we need to do going forward. This will ensure data accuracy and provide a visual representation of our workload and our progress that we make in the community. So to get to that, we have to combine a lot of different data sources. So we're using parcel data, BS&A data, and fire department data to put us all together in the Esri solution to see what our risks are visually. So another program that we're using that will be rolled into this is iRoll. So that was started in 2013. This is a way of service providers who perform tests on kitchen hood systems, on sprinkler systems, on backflow preventers. They enter that information in this iRoll, and it gives us a report. If there's a deficiency, we automatically get an email in fire prevention. I get one, and we assign a fire inspector to follow up. But part of the program with this is we need to do some quality assurance with this program, and that's going to be part of us going forward doing the strategic analysis of fire prevention to make sure that we kind of analyze our workload. One of the things that we actually can get now from iRoll is kind of a visualization of where our compliant inspections are and where we've had critical areas of deficiency. So you can see on the right-hand side, these are a geographical location of where we had deficiencies with that. And anytime we have a deficiency, we send out a fire inspector to kind of follow up with that. And one of the main issues with IROL is that we've often wondered, are we getting enough of the reports that we should get? So last year in 2024, we got 1,174 reports. Now, does that mean that we're getting every building that should be submitting something for their fire pump, for their suppression system, for their hood system? So by having this visual representation and tying all this data together, we can quickly look from year to year and find those occupancies that haven't done those inspections so we can quickly follow up with them. So we're not running blind, we can actually see what's going on. So the ultimate goal is to create this dashboard. This is an ESRA dashboard that kind of monitors what we've been doing and what our progress has been. And the last thing that I want to talk about is some ISO improvements. One of the things when we went through our last ISO evaluation is we haven't done a regular inspection and testing program of our fire hydrant system. With the difference between Sterling Heights' Class 2 score and a Class 1, we're 1.52 points away from being an ISO Class 1. If we do some of these inspection processes for hydrants, and we're working with DPW in this process right now of how we're going to roll this out, there's 7 points available. On our last score, we got 3.2 points out of the hydrants. So if we concentrate on this area, I feel comfortable within a couple of years we could be a Class 1 fire department. And that concludes my presentation.
And Mayor, you can see that so much goes into sustaining a best-in-class large department, whether it's the police department, DPW, or in this case, the fire department. Everything you've heard is under the banner of smart growth. When we talk about smart growth, normally it's associated with economic development, but it also applies to growth in our departments. You know, we want to be methodical about this. We want to be thoughtful, and we want to make sure that we're implementing best practices along with any human resources that are added to the equation. And while we've added 26 personnel over in the fire department over the last 7 years, you can see there are plans to add additional personnel in a thoughtful, methodical, best practice manner. So at this point, we're done with this section, and we're happy to hear some feedback from yourself, Mayor, and the City Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderpool. All right, I'll open it up to City Council for any questions or comments relating to this agenda item. Who'd like to go first? Okay, we'll move on to the next item then, I suppose. No comments? You do have a comment? You didn't a minute ago. A second ago.
I was just giving other people an opportunity.
And I think everyone was giving you an opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Yanez.
Give me an opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank the Center for their thoughtful and complete report. I greatly appreciate it. And Chief, thank you for your follow-up and your report as well. Mr. Pozo, or Chief Pozo, can I call you Chief?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you could stand up at the podium,
Yes, sir.
that'd be great. In case anybody else has any questions. So let's talk about our methodical approach to increasing manpower. We've added 26 positions. Of course, we also added EMS transport, so I think we needed those positions to do that. But talk a little bit more about the manpower recommendations, 7.54 per shift or 22.62 in total. And of course, that is those are FTEs, which could be in your report, you call full-time, you say full-time, overtime, or hybrid. Could we do this all on overtime without hiring any more people?
Certainly can. Here's what this does. Fire service is minimal staffing levels, right? So your minimum staffing levels are 3 on an engine, 3 on the ladder, 2 on the ambulance. You certainly can't run the ambulance with 1, right? So you've got to backfill that leave spot, okay? And of course, there's many different types of leave spots, okay? It's all kind of leave, annual leave, family medical leave, leave, vacation leave, court leave, you name it. There's all kind of leaves that you have set up in your city, right? Everybody does. Mm-hmm. Then there's people who separate, right? They retire, resign, move on and go somewhere else, or terminated. So you're always going to have some kind of vacancy. And so it's just a matter of how do you fill that vacancy? How do you maintain that minimum staffing? You could develop a policy that says, we're okay running 3 engines and 3 ambulances. You can do that. There's a risk to that. And just by your call volume, just your call volume and how, what the demand is on the agency, okay? But to answer your question directly, I wanted to kind of give you that predicate language. I always do that staffing formula so you understand when the chief has whatever the number, we'll just use the number because I'm not sure what it is right off the top of my head. He spends $600,000 in overtime. And you go, whoa, that's a lot of money. Okay, and he's trying to explain, well, just like I did. I got all this leave. I got to fill these, got minimum staffing. You understand it now, right? It's because it takes 7.5 extra people every day if you wanted to reduce overtime and get it to what you might consider manageable. Because you're always going to have overtime. Because everybody you hire as well is going to take leave. They're going to get sick. They're going to use FML. They're going to have all of that. So they may not be available, okay? So it gives you an idea year to year now. He's got a tool year to year, right? He can lay in front of you and say, okay, we went back last year, we plugged the numbers in, and we're still at 7. So it's the equivalent of 21 people, either in people or overtime, or 6 people and 15 people's worth of overtime to meet our minimum, to make sure that we can manage the risk in the city, okay, with good response times, and we keep our resiliency up for all of the demand we have. And so it's a great tool, I think, to use, because you're getting real numbers at that point.
Okay. If you could stay right there. Through the chair to the fire chief, what was our overtime expenses last year, 2024?
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I believe it was over 2 million. It was like 2.1 million. I'd have to verify that 100% though.
So Chief Pozo, we're taking that $2 million and incorporating into the formula of how many people we may want to hire.
You can do that too.
Versus, okay.
You can, there's always kind of an overtime threshold. So you could take that $2 million and you could, have your budget folks, right? All right, how many FTEs can we get out of this? How many fire FTEs can we get out of $2 million? That's the start, right? I don't know. I think it's about $140,000 per FTE. Chief, you told me at one point. So it's a lot of money, right? So let's just say $150,000 per FTE. So you can get 10 for $1.5 million. We'll keep $500,000 over here on the side for overtime we know we're going to use. But realistically, it's the 1.5 probably plus, okay? A little bit more, it's going to be more than 500,000 because you can't predict if somebody gets injured. You can't predict family medical leave. You can't predict COVID. Well, remember when we ran through all that? You can't predict all that. It's going to happen. So you can take $1 million of that and say, we just want to apply that to FTEs. We want to use them for this overstaffing. Let's see how that goes.
And Chief Pozo, did you take into consideration some of the projects that are going on here in our city in regards to growth? So we have a number of projects where we're going to add housing units, which means more people, more traffic.
We did look at your growth. Yes, sir.
Okay.
We did look at your growth. It didn't trigger to me that you had to add fire stations, okay? What it triggered for us is this, okay? Here's how you can methodically and you can manage, right, your new growth, okay? Because you're probably going to densify. I saw a lot of densification, I think, in there, right? This mixed use stuff, right? A lot of cities across the country, it's all mixed use now, right? get retail on the bottom floor, maybe a parking garage, and we're going to go up and put apartments. That's all densification. So we calculated all that, and where that's going to have a lot of push on demand is EMS. That's going to push your EMX. Not going to maximize too much the fire service. And how you add to how you get more robust in fire is, and the chief's working on it with Warren, the city of Warren now, right? You try to get the most reliable, who you think could be the most reliable, not coming from too far of a distance. You build them into your automatic aid, right? So you get a building fire of certain types, right? Let's just say they're mixed use or apartment buildings, right? 3 or 4 stories. You only got one ladder company, right? You typically get 2 ladder companies on that response. So I didn't tell you, hey, you got to add a ladder company. I have told communities that. You got to add a ladder company. What I said was try to get automatic aid. You've got a fire station just to the south of you in Warren that has a ladder company. Build them into your boxes, right? Boxes are the call, right? Mm-hmm. Build them in. They're right there on it. They're automatically dispatched. You're not waiting for the incident commander to call. You're not waiting for a working fire. You get them on the road right away. Now, you're going to have to do that in return. They may say, hey, in return, we want an engine company out of, you got 2 stations, right, in kind of the southernmost part of your city. We want an engine company on just regular structure fires. Yeah, you can have it. That's just how you begin to start to work together to help you get more robust and then manage your staffing.
Okay. And you folded in the quick response vehicle, but that wasn't your suggestion. The city asked you to look at that.
Okay. They asked us to look at it.
Okay, that's all.
But let me tell you the chief is right about that. And
yes.
they're right on to ask about that, okay? Quick response vehicles, that's a big thing in the state of Michigan, okay? It actually came from us probably 10, 15 years ago, all right? Early on.
Always the leader.
When we got into the business, right, when we were really with ICMA at the time, quick response vehicles was a way to, in a lot of Michigan communities, it was a way to reduce the response on the heavier fire apparatus. And I don't do a Michigan project where the manager doesn't say, how do I keep that ladder truck off the road on EMS calls? Well, it's a great question, and it's a natural question, right? Those trucks are $2 million today. That's what they cost when you go to replace them today. Mm-hmm. It's not the chief's fault. It's not my fault. It's just where the manufacturers have gotten. So it's a smart move because you do run a lot of low acuity EMS calls. You run a lot of high acuity EMS calls. So when engine 1 is busy at station 1, who's next up? The ladder. So now you're running that ladder truck, and they're heavy. They're 30 tons. So and you don't have great streets. Public Works, I apologize, but it's not your fault either. Really? That's snow, that's ice, it just tears your streets up, right? So they're bumpy, right? Where you've done a lot of repairs. What do you think's doing that ladder on the top? That's banging that chassis to death, okay? So it's a smart move. It's a good move. They can take low acuity calls for all of Station 1, okay? You got to be careful, though, how many of those you put in place because you don't want all your quick response vehicles out and you got engine companies out of service at the other stations. Then you get that one building fire on the one day when you got 4 quick response vehicles tied up, and no engine company pulls up in front. So we kind of stepped you through that. We actually said you could start with that one, try it. If you want to try another one, do it in your busiest EMS station.
Okay, very good, thank you. So let's talk quickly about what you found. You said there were some issues in the Fire Marshal's Division. You found that there were a number of buildings that haven't been inspected in a while, and we don't know exactly what's in those buildings. They could be high hazard. They could be
yes, sir.
Just general. So go over again. I'm just looking at your report here. You want to break them down into high hazard, moderate hazard, low hazard, and critical infrastructure. Is it just, I know the chief touched on this a little bit about how we transferred from the old system to the new system tracking. Is it just that? Is it the need for more manpower or a better system? Are we sufficient in what we have now within the inspection division, or as what we have now and continue to grow, are we going to need a larger fire inspection division?
The current chief and the current fire marshal inherited that. That's something that has been going on, okay? And so right now, the current fire prevention office, they've tied up a lot on just complaints. And so they have a lot of their business is complaint driven, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of times the engine companies go in and they see something and they let them know. So, you know, there is some old software issues, right? Some old identification issues, and the chief is right, the way the IRAL currently works now, you may get 1,000 people report in, yep, I've checked this, and they sign off on it, but they're not really sure in a building if they're signing off on everything that's required under your ordinance, or they're just signing off on one thing. So a good plan, right? Not every building, not every occupancy, because some buildings have different occupancies. Not every occupancy type is required to be inspected annually. High hazards are. And you want to make sure that all your multifamily buildings where these IRAL self-reporting is coming in, that they got smoke detectors, right, in all the common areas and things, you want to make daggone sure all of that's been done, okay? Because that affects a lot of people if you don't. So then you got the medium hazards, right? A lot of those are biannual, and then your low hazards, like just your general offices, right, that require inspections, it's every 3 years. The the NFPA 915, which is some remote type of inspections, right, that'll even help that crew. What I said was the fire marshal's office needs to be staffed for what they're dealing with today and then any growth in the future. But you first, as the chief said, you got to identify really what you have today. And once you identify that and how many annuals you have and then how many biannuals and triannuals, then we'll be able to tell what really is the staff I need.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm all set with you. Thank you.
You keep going. I'm good.
Okay, absolutely. So again, through the chair to the chief, I do have one question in regards to the mobile integrated health program and professional. You said this will be a medical professional. That could be anywhere from a medical first responder to a doctor. Is there a model? Does somebody have a model out there that we can follow? And, oh, well, okay, Chief Pozo.
Absolutely. I actually sent the chief a report we did. We just finished it. We did it over the summer. Prince George's County, Maryland. Okay, they run 132,000 EMS calls a year. And you know what you can imagine the demographics, right? Particularly there's a band of that county that surrounds Washington, D.C., okay? So they got a lot of access to health care issues. They got a lot of chronic disease issues, you know, just typical of a population of 1 million plus, okay? And so we did a real deep dive into that, really what's going on here and what really do you need to do with your current mobile integrated health. So there are models, right? Paramedic is fine, okay? Community paramedicine fits hand in hand with mobile integrated health. Depending on whether or not you have mental health issues, okay, that's driving a lot of just medical, visits, okay? What is your access to health care issue? I found some information, okay, and I put it in a report, but you certainly have demographic here that has access to health care issues. So who do you think they're calling? Calling 911. I got access to the emergency department. That's the problem in emergency departments today. People who have access to health care, they go to the emergency department, they load the emergency department up, the ambulance rolls in, they can't unload because there's nowhere to put them. They have to wait on the hall until they get a bed that they can transfer. Now, what do you think that's doing to your resiliency? That ambulance now is staying out of service. So here's the key to mobile integrated health, and I tell everybody this. Don't get sold that it's going to dramatically reduce EMS calls. This is a community program. He's spot on. He says, I know I've got 200 people that are using us all the time. That's the first group I'm going to get as my clients, because they become your clients. I want them to be my clients. Now I want to figure out, you have access to health care, okay? I got to get you over to Macomb County Public Health. You got mental health issues. I got to get you over to public health or the mental health program in the county. You got access to health care. You have nutritional issues, and is that creating or lending to your issue of your health issue? Chronic disease, right? Chronic lower respiratory disease. You probably have a lot of that in your demographic, okay? So you identify all of that. Now what you're doing with those people is you're saying, all right, hang on. Before you go calling 911, let me get you navigated to the proper places. And once you start doing that, are you taking your medications? That's the community paramedicine piece, right? So you're my client. You're my client, sir. Once a week, where do you think I'm going? You're a stop for me once a week. You taking your medications, sir, Mr. Yanez? Yanez?
Yanez, yes. I
Yanez.
take them
Either
twice a day,
one.
every day, yes, sir.
Are you taking your medications? Do you have your medications? No, I ran out. When did you run out? Right? You got a chronic lower respiratory disease and you're not taking your medications, you're going to the emergency room. That's what those programs do. And then you start to trickle down those EMS calls on those people. Then when the engine companies and the ambulances go out, they're going to start, it will train them, they will start identifying people that they're going to route over to mobile integrated health. And the community risk reduction person that he hired, they're hand in hand. That's a beautiful thing that they're going to be doing, because community risk reduction person is out identifying all these hazard places, these target hazards, right? Well, what do you think they're going to stumble across? Potential clients for mobile integrated health, because it's all the same. It's community risk. So they'll be working hand in hand. They'll be sharing data, which is the way it should work. That's a great system. We're actually going to kind of use that when we go forward, right? Because it's not just all about MIH.
Very good. Well, thank you for answering those questions, and that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Yanez, council, anyone else?
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you. I do appreciate the opportunity because Mr. Yanez's comments did trigger a couple of my questions. So through the chair to the chief, if I could please, Chief Edmonds, please, thank you. I know you're both chiefs. So we are talking about the mobile integrated health unit and the 200 people that make about 2,100 or so calls. Are those individual people or individual residences, or are they more the facilities? Because I know we have a very heavy facility use as well.
They're individual patients in the system.
Okay, all right, I do appreciate that, thank you. So then that would not, we do have a process right now, I don't want to call it a policy, but a process where we will bill frequent flyers. That was more facility driven, correct?
It was based on the elderly facilities that were calling us. That has curbed a little bit, but if we do have a residence in one of these elderly facilities, then the MIH and community risk will work with that caseworker to make sure that either that facility's taking care of the patient's needs or they're moved into a facility that can manage their needs.
Okay, and that makes perfect sense. So we're going to be then relying on a caseworker to man that seat, to man the calls?
It's going to be like 3 different ones. So basically the principle is going to be is the guys and gals out in the street, they're going to come across these people. They're going to write emails and make phone calls to the MIH person, to the community risk reduction, and maybe to the caseworker. So all 3 of them are going to work in concert to solve our problem. So one of the things that we've done really well in Sterling Heights is the hoarder issue, where we've kind of teamed up many different agencies within the city and outside the city to deal with that. This is kind of along the same thing, but to deal with somebody's health needs that they have.
Right, and I'm, just FYI, as a nurse, I'm pretty well familiar with it. I was a public health nurse for a long time, so I understand that very well. What I do question, though, is the funding. And I know that federal funding right now is a whole different subject, which I don't want to step on right now. But what funding would be required from the city as far, so my question is, the person, the caseworker, or whomever is helping with Integrate This Health, they're a direct employee of Sterling Heights, correct?
No, the caseworker the both of them that we have is by contract with FAM. I believe it's the opioid settlement money that's paying for those. Once you get into mobile integrated health, and this is the part of the collaboration, you can start working with insurance companies, say maybe Blue Cross Blue Shield, Medicare Advantage, Medicaid Advantage, and actually approach them and saying, hey, if I'm reducing this person's time in the hospital and doing that, can you start paying for some visits? And some programs across the country have been able to do that, partnering with insurance companies. And that's that later part after we take care of the people that are high callers to get into that collaborative network where we reach out to Corwell, Henry Ford. Can we start some kind of collaborative relationship? Because a lot of times, sometimes these hospitals are penalized for the people coming back right away because their care wasn't managed. We can assist that for the Sterling Heights residents.
Right, so very familiar with that. The only issue is that it has to be a skilled employee, a skilled person with credentials before Medicare or Medicaid or any insurance company will reimburse. So it can't just be, and when I say skilled, it has to be an RN, not even an LPN, a physician, PA. So it has to be somebody with high skills to get reimbursement if we're going to be providing visits. So that's just, as their reimbursement system exists right now.
Right, and we do have registered nurses within our organizations that are firefighter paramedics right now.
I know you do, so that helps. And so that can work. Okay, that is all that I have right now for the chief, so thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Chief, you can just stay right there. I just have a couple of questions. So you touched base on the medical priority dispatch, and I know we've been working on that for quite some time. However, how long do you think it's going to take before we have that fully in place?
I would say at the very latest, May. So right now, we are waiting for Comtech to get some resources from Tyler Technologies, which is their CAD vendor, to kind of work on the response plan. So all of the questions have been gone through, they're fully vetted, so when the dispatchers ask the questions, the color codes comes out, so now it's just matching the resources. So I reached out to Comtech, I've got a meeting with them tomorrow for follow-up.
And speaking of the response levels, did we set those parameters, or is there like a national response parameter? Or?
Usually individual organizations set those parameters is what they do. So when Sterling Heights went to Comtech, we were only EMS off the fire engines, and then we evolved to EMS with ambulances. So there was a little adjustment there. This is going to refine it even more. So as we grow in that type of organization where we have the ambulances and engines, we can make drastic impacts. So the ambulances right now are taking miles off the engines because we're tracking all those miles to different vehicles. As a person who's been in the fire service for a while now, I've been solely fire-based EMS with ambulances, so I kind of have that little bit of a wheelhouse of how we need to go forward with that.
Well, I'm pleased that we're progressing with that system. You know, we've been for a few years now talking about how engines and ladder trucks are going with ambulances to nursing homes, and how that wear and tear on those expensive pieces of equipment sometimes are not necessary and sometimes are. So to have better standards in place as to what apparatus is truly needed, I'm excited for that to come to fruition. And with that, Mayor, I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Mrs. Zarko?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Okay, through the chair, first of all, as long as you're here, Chief, has the governor signed the GEMT bill, or is it still sitting on her desk?
No, she signed it last Wednesday. It is now law.
So
After so many days, it becomes law.
Becomes law. Okay, thank you. And then how many Class 1 fire departments are there in the state now, of the ISO? Right?
There's one.
Just one, and that's
Grand Rapids.
Okay. And then for both you and Chief Pozo, because this is something that I think about all the time, is that if we even put a plan into place to hire more people, as far as recruitment, what, is this a problem throughout, a national problem is to, in order to recruit firefighters, but also the retention after we hire them? So, and we know that it's a constant, it's constant. We know that we need the people, we know that we want to hire them. How do we get the best out there and then keep them once they're here?
Those are very good questions.
Well, I think it's a national issue, and with Chief Pozo here, I'm thinking, is it just Sterling Heights, or is this everywhere?
It's a national issue, and I'll let Joe talk about that.
It is. So you're not alone. And you're in a region where you have a lot of competing fire departments and EMS agencies, right? So you got to make it special. Why, why, in other words, why would I come to work here, right? Now, I could sell it, right? Not because I've taken a deep dive, right? You got a beautiful city. Look at this, community center you have here. Go around all the fire stations. Some have been renovated, some are planned to be renovated, and Chief is on top of the apparatus, treats his people well. And I can tell that when I walk into fire stations. So, but everybody's going to look at whatever union contracts out there. I was a fire chief in a place where it was very competitive, a lot of places, and shoot, they would leave me for 25 more cents an hour, right? Go over to this fire department. And then they'd come back because we were paying 35 cents more an hour. It's tough, okay? So you want to recognize a few things which you already have, right? You recognize that it takes extra money to fill extra seats, okay? Mm-hmm. So you recognize that. What you're struggling with now is, okay, so what do I do with $2 million? Do I hire a couple of people and try to do some of that, knowing I'm going to have some extra overtime? I'm doing this MIH program, which is a big deal. That's a big deal because people see that, and where you have a lot of retention issues in a fire department is EMS. Because I took the job to be a firefighter. I didn't take the job to ride on an ambulance. So any fire chief that has EMS transport, that's a struggle, okay? So the fact that you're doing something like MIH, maybe a community paramedicine program, you grow it, don't have to have a nurse all the time, right? Highly skilled paramedics, critical care paramedics. In 2 years, you can have a program where they're going to be actually doing some kind of definitive care to the client in their home, okay? They don't have to go to hospital. That's a big relief to these folks, okay, that's being taken care of. So it is a problem, but it's more in EMS. EMS is really struggling across the country. Just in your private firms, just in Michigan, because we do a lot of work here in Michigan, right? So I know all the private firms, and they're struggling to keep people. So they're coming up with different things. But here's the key, that EMD's key, getting that emergency medical dispatch straight. Because you want to always send the most appropriate unit to the call. Low acuity calls, get an ambulance. In some places, busy like this, they might just get the quick response vehicle. Go find out what it is. You think you need a transport unit, let's get them on the road, okay? You save engine companies for high acuity calls because that's that critical tasking piece. We talked a little bit of effective response force. Well, I put it in the report. There's one for EMS. You get a high acuity EMS call, takes more than 2 people, right? Mm-hmm. You got a lot of things going on. So it takes a lot of people working together to get that patient, stabilized, get them packaged, get them in the ambulance, and get them. Sometimes it takes 2 in the back. So that's important. But just the fact you get a couple of those things straight, now if I'm looking out I'm seeing a progressive fire chief, got a progressive council. They got MIH program, got community paramedicine program. They got a good EMD system. I'm not getting up all night long for low acuity calls. And he's trying to fix this lift assist program. That's everywhere, lift assist. And it's typically in businesses that should have people there that can help those people get back up. You just have to challenge that. And that's what he's doing. So, yes, it's going to be, but I think you have to make it so that people want to stay here, okay? And you can recruit, but you're getting some pieces in place. Just doing a standards of cover, just doing this and getting a strategic plan is huge because of what it tells you, okay? 21 people, 24 people to cut down your overtime, whoa. Just having the courage to do it as an elected body tells everybody else something, that you're willing to look at it and you're willing to accept, okay, this is what it is, and methodically then work your way through it. It says a lot. It says a lot to these people sitting back here, and they're all sitting here.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, through the chair to Chief Edmond. You know, I see a lot of good in this report. I see our city being a leader, not just in Macomb County, but statewide on, I guess, medical dispatch reform, and also with GEMT, just changing the way that the state is going to fund our fire departments. And I appreciate that we're leaders, because when you're taking a lot of fire and you're listening to complaints and you understand you have a lot of patients and a lot of runs, you sometimes get lost. But I think that we are driving the conversation in this state. Now, I am greatly concerned about GEMT with the executive order that came out today, because it is impounded under this crazy executive order that the president has put forward. And if the GEMT money does not come to us, our whole plan, we might as well just tear it up, because we're not going to be able to pay for it. From a memo we received from the city manager earlier, $13 million of city funding are at risk today. And that's in all departments, including the fire department. It's a very scary situation. But the two things I really want to touch upon was changing the priority medical dispatch. Does any other county in the state do what we're trying to do here in Macomb County by designating out the calls? Through the chair to Chief Edmond.
I can't give you a 100% answer because I've only been here for 4 years.
As best you know.
But I would echo your feelings that I believe that Sterling Heights is leading the state, and that is another recruiting benefit when you go work for a fire department that's top-notch. And that's what everybody, like when we won that department award, that's not me. That's everybody behind me.
Well, it's a reflection on you, though, because you're leading the organization. But no, I agree. I think that it's fascinating to me that we have fire departments across the state and we have fire departments across the county, but until Sterling Heights decided, hey, are we dispatching in the best way possible, it hadn't even had a conversation in this county or this state about this. So I am greatly looking forward to implementing this, because I think it'll both improve care, save wear and tear, and really, because we have the technology available, really make sure we're sending our firefighters and our paramedics where they need to go immediately. Right now, if it's just emergency or non-emergency, it doesn't tell you a lot. But if we can say this is something that's a priority versus something that can wait, I think that that is going to tremendously change the care across both our county and, if we're successful, here across the state. So I commend us for doing that. Second, I wanted to zero in on the 200 patients that account for about 2,100 calls. That's about 10% of our total call volume based on 200 patients across the city. And I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Sarowski and my colleagues here. You know, anything we can do, dispatching a nurse practitioner, any way that we can treat these patients in their homes, because they're using our EMTs and our paramedics, our fire department as basically an emergency room, as their primary care. They're not going to their doctor. They're calling our paramedics to their home to essentially, because I assume they don't have a doctor, to essentially do their primary care. And it's my belief that if we implement this properly, we will both severely reduce our call volume while also making these 200 people much, much healthier at a much cheaper cost. Because through the chair to chief, I have to believe that if we can get someone their medication, even if it's a weekly or monthly basis, that's much cheaper than deploying a fire engine or a fire truck or even a ladder truck to their home to give them, say, insulin. Am I wrong in saying that, chief?
No, you're correct. It's an effective use of resources, and that's kind of what the entire organization is striving for, to be effective and efficient in delivery of our care. And to make sure that the men and women that we put on the street have the best capabilities and resources to do the best job, and have the resources. So when they encounter these situations with this MIH, they have an avenue to help them. And that goes pretty big with them, just having that resource to where they know that they're just not leaving that person, that person now has the ability to get the help that they need.
I mean, I think it's essential because, these 200 patients are driving a lot of the care. When I worked in health insurance for years, we talk about community risk pools and how something like 10% of the people in the risk pool drove 90% of the both cost and care volume. And I think these 200 people are the low-hanging fruit in our city. If we can get them at least better situated, I think it's going to really decrease the run volume, the time, and we're going to have people who aren't needing to be taken to the hospital for, again, I assume a lot of these things are probably smaller problems like insulin, like failing to take your heart medication, that are causing critical situations by just not paying attention, I guess they could say, by the patients. So I look forward to that. And my one final thought was, in the past, we've talked about health department funding and possibly creating a health department here in Sterling Heights. And I think that with this and with what we are doing with our care managers at the police department, it's ever more essential to really have this conversation with our state and county partners. I think it's time for a city of our size to operate its own health department so that we can get that funding in place to drive this nurse for these 200 patients, to drive our case managers in the police department, to help them get the care they need for homeless, indigent, and mental health concerns. Because right now, I feel like we're driving the conversation at the county, at Comtech. If we had and we have a health department in this county that doesn't seem to be assisting us. And I think that money should come right back here to Sterling Heights so we can better appropriate it to make sure that we're getting that money to the people who desperately need it. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Chief Edmonds. With the future growth of the city of Sterling Heights, especially Lakeside, we talk about buildings being over 35 feet. Have you thought about the need possibly for another fire station at the northwest quadrant area or ladder trucks?
As we go forward and we kind of monitor what we're doing and we kind of repeat the strategic plan process and the community risk assessment, I think kind of what it's going to unveil is maybe it's not another fire station. It's a heavy use station that would be Station 2 that would be right around the corner from Lakeside. It might be in addition to that with an extra resource there to handle that call load as we go forward. The big thing with doing these studies is it gives you the benchmarks as you go forward to measure yourself every year, so then you can see stuff on the horizon and then put the effective plans in place to do that. So there's many different ways. There's a possibility of a 75-foot ladder truck in the fleet that might dual role. It might be a fire engine and a ladder truck because it's smaller, it's a single axle. There are departments that do that. I had one of them in Collinsville that was kind of an engine and a fire. It had a 75-foot ladder on it.
So we've looked at that, not a great big ladder truck, but something that would suffice.
Yeah, it's a smaller apparatus. You can set it up a little bit quicker. And then that could be a dual role. That could be one of the engines that get replaced in the future. That's now what we call a Quint 75-foot ladder truck that might go at Station 2 for that area, and there might be additional resources up there needed as Lakeside gets developed. So we're kind of looking at all that. And the key with all these things is to constantly come back, measure yourself, reevaluate yourself on a regular basis.
Mainly, you have had, or you will have some conversation with Lakeside.
With the Lakeside Development, every time that they've had a meeting, we've been there to kind of understand what they're doing, to understand the risks that are present there as we go forward. We've really had a seat at the table on that development with our Fire Prevention Bureau as we go forward, and knowing the risk and trying to mitigate those risks before they actually build. Because
That
that's the
was
key, is to
my
get them
main concern.
mitigated before.
That you would have some input there, and especially if they're talking about 5-story buildings, and I kind of chuckle, possibility of an 80-story building. I don't think will happen in my lifetime, but mainly you have some input and possibility of having a mini, I'm going to say a mini station out of the Lakeside area.
Yeah, anything's possible. I think that we have always been collaborative with every department. You know, we get involved with the building department and make sure what the development's coming in and try to handle things. I'm a firm believer of let's mitigate the risk before the risk is there. Let's give people the direction that they need to make sure that they're as safe as possible going forward.
I have a question, my personal question. How wide should a road be?
It all depends on the area and everything. And I think we've talked about that to where Lionheart has kind of been in agreement with us with the length, the sides of the road, the lane travels, what Lionheart, when we talked about that in council the last time, we're kind of in agreement. I believe it was like 11-foot lanes, 11 or 12-foot lanes.
Let's talk about Van Dyke.
What you want to talk about?
Let's make it a little smaller, safety reasons, walkable community. I know that's a little off the subject here, but shouldn't we be concerned of fire trucks being able to maneuver through any new project the width of the road?
Yeah, we should be, and we always are. So like any plan that comes forward, we have people in fire prevention, one person that's dedicated to looking at those plans, making sure that we have access, that all the safety factors are looked at during the planning process before any dirt is moved, any bricks go up or anything like that.
You have a lot on your plate.
I have a great staff that helps me. This is not a solo operation.
That's pretty obvious. You're doing a great job. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Council. I want to thank Chief Edmond for your presentation today, Chief Pozo from CPSM, not just for the presentation today, but the very comprehensive report, Standards of Cover, I think it's called. We call it, Mark called it a community, it doesn't matter, right? But it was very, very interesting, and I appreciate the very detailed recommendations and assessment that you've done of our department. The presentation today, you know, it didn't sort of hide any warts. It gave us a full picture of what's going on in the fire department and all of the support services around it. So I appreciate that, and it's going to give the city council some very valuable information in terms of ensuring that we're deploying resources properly, that we have the sufficient manpower, and that we continue to deliver the services that the residents expect. I think it was Chief Pozo who mentioned the firefighters who are here today. I'd like to thank you guys for being here as well and for the service that you do to our community. There's really, with, you know, police and fire, it's like 1A and 1B or 1B and 1A, it doesn't matter. Our residents look at the police officers and firefighters, and I would say particularly the firefighters, as absolutely heroes that do incredible work and deserve to be given the resources that they need to succeed. So this is going to help us, and it's going to be a huge benefit to our residents. So I want to thank you guys both for that, and again, especially to our firefighters. Okay, we're about 40 minutes behind schedule, so not bad after the first presentations. So we'll just move right along, and I'll hand it back over to Mr. Vanderpool.
Mayor, two good pieces of news. We saved the most complex for the first item, and we have a break after the next section, so this should go a little quicker.
20 minutes, break in 20 minutes.
Okay, it should go quicker though. Sterling Heights was one of the first communities to establish a sustainability commission 5 years ago, which then resulted in our first ever sustainability plan. Under this plan, we created a tree preservation ordinance, an impervious ordinance restriction, an EV fleet pilot program, Go Green grants, charging infrastructure strategic plan, universal curbside recycling, and we created the city's first ever land bank to preserve open space. We've accomplished a lot in this arena of sustainability, but there is so much more to do. So in this section, we'll discuss additional ideas shaping our green Sterling strategy, beginning with our planner, Alexis Richards, and then we have a couple of other subtopics under this, but we'll start with Alexis.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. I am very excited to be here today to discuss our first ever climate action plan. This plan is a culmination of work between city staff, residents, and our consultants, Fresh Coast Climate Solutions, who we have with us today. I'm going to begin the conversation with some background on our emissions and then dive into the different parts of the CAP. So in order to inform the climate action plan, we first needed to take an inventory of our baseline emissions. This enables us to measure progress of the actions outlined within the CAP. We inventoried both government and community-wide emissions for the year 2022. Here we're seeing a breakdown of the community emissions. In total, the community produced 2 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. As you can see, the industrial sector accounts for the largest portion of our emissions at 29%. This is followed by residential at 25% and then transportation at 24%. Next, we have our government emissions for 2022. In total, the city produced 13,312 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. The highest source of emissions for the city is our buildings and facilities at 37%, followed by our vehicle fleet at 20%, and then our streetlights and traffic signals at 15%. As we have control over our own actions, the primary focus of the CAP within the first 5 years is on reducing our own emissions, allowing us to serve as an example for the larger community. Now that we have an understanding of where we're starting, let's dive into the plan. So what exactly is a climate action plan? Basically, it serves as a roadmap that the city will follow in order to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. There are 4 intended outcomes of the plan: reduce community-wide and municipal greenhouse gas emissions, build community resilience to the impacts of climate change, make Sterling Heights a better place to live and work for all, and identify priority actions, estimated impacts, and needed resources for the first 5 years of plan implementation. This CAP was created concurrently with the update to our new master land use plan, each supporting the other where appropriate. It is in alignment with our existing sustainability plan and Visioning 2040, which calls for Sterling Heights to be an inclusive, vibrant community that is safe, active, and sustainable. Before we get into the components of the CAP, it's important to understand why it's necessary. With the effects of climate change increasing, it is imperative that municipalities take steps to ensure that their residents are resilient to these impacts. Sterling Heights is experiencing significant changes in climate, including rising temperatures, increased precipitation, more extreme weather events, and the associated challenges to infrastructure and public health. For example, excessive heat has the potential to harm already vulnerable populations, such as the elderly, and can result in increased utility bills that can be difficult to pay, especially if you're on a fixed income. These images provide a snapshot of some of the impacts climate change has had on Sterling Heights, all of which are anticipated to increase. The city must prepare for these changes to ensure the safety and well-being of its residents. By improving resource management, reducing emissions, and enhancing our infrastructure, the city is positioning itself to lead by example in addressing climate challenges. You may be asking yourself, why us? Why should we as a city try and tackle the effects of climate change? Well, in addition to needing to ensure the safety and well-being of our residents, as the 4th largest city in Michigan, the city of Sterling Heights is well positioned to contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emissions on a state level and is a necessary participant in the state of Michigan's 2050 carbon neutral goals. Further, when looking at emissions on a national level, cities produce 70% of greenhouse gas emissions. And with the ability to shape local policies and infrastructures, cities in highly urban areas such as Sterling Heights are well positioned to take action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. When we look at per capita emissions, Sterling Heights produces slightly more, highlighting the necessary role our city plays in reduction efforts. With the federal government reversing its position on addressing climate change, it has never been more important for local governments to stand up and take action. We have both the ability and the responsibility to leave our city in a better position for generations to come. In the process of creating the plan, the community provided input on their climate action priorities and a vision for a more sustainable Sterling Heights. What you see here is a visualization of the input provided by residents. As you can see, the community has called for more green spaces, improved tree canopy, community solar, biodiverse landscaping that supports wildlife, improved pedestrian safety and accessibility, recycling education, home energy efficiency programs, EV charging stations, improved public transit, and bikeable eating and shopping areas. And it is the intent of the CAP to bring this vision to life. Okay. So now that we have an understanding of the importance of the plan, let's take a look at how it's structured. The CAP is organized into 5 overall sectors: buildings, transportation, waste, public health, and natural resources. Between these 5 sectors, there are then 22 strategies and 103 actions. Each sector includes several strategies which outline the high-level pathways to achieve sector-specific objectives. These strategies represent long-term desired CAP outcomes and provide flexibility in how they're implemented. Within each strategy, there are then multiple actions which detail the specific programs, projects, policies, and efforts that contribute to the overarching strategy. Actions are more targeted in scope than strategies, and they may evolve as new opportunities and technologies emerge. This CAP is intended to be a living document, allowing for innovation and adaptation over time. So now looking at our sectors. So the building sector includes commercial, industrial, and residential buildings in Sterling Heights, with our municipal buildings accounting for 1.5% of the commercial energy-related greenhouse gas emissions, so 1.5% of that 16% up there. Given that buildings contribute 70% of our community-wide greenhouse gas emissions, targeted strategies in this sector present a substantial opportunity to reduce emissions within city limits. The building sector of the CAP has 2 main priorities. The first is to reduce the amount of energy required to operate the buildings that we live, work, and learn in. Improving energy efficiency has the potential to significantly reduce energy costs for residents, business owners, and public sector entities. According to the EPA, over 30% of commercial energy consumption is wasted due to energy efficiencies, which means that both energy costs and greenhouse gas emissions are much higher than necessary. The second priority of the building sector is to source energy from renewable and sustainable sources. To reach net zero carbon emissions over time, the city's energy needs need to come from fully renewable sources. There are 5 strategies within the building sector. Reduce residential energy consumption. This could include actions such as a weatherization program to reduce the amount of energy that is wasted. Reduce commercial/industrial energy consumption. This could include encouraging the use of cool roofing materials with high solar reflectance. Reduce public sector energy consumption. This could be accomplished by implementing priority energy efficiency recommendations that come from doing an audit of city facilities. Support electrification of all existing and new building stock. This could be aided by promoting local, state, and federal incentives for electrification. And then lastly, increase the use of renewable energy. This could be accomplished in part by the installation of solar on municipal properties. Through the implementation of the actions identified within the plan, we seek to meet the targets outlined in the chart you see here. These targets serve as metrics to measure our progress, ultimately getting us to zero emissions by 2050. Next, we have our transportation sector. With limited walkability and public transportation options, Sterling Heights relies heavily on vehicles, making the transportation sector a key focus in this plan. With transportation making up 24% of baseline greenhouse gas emissions, the strategies and actions in this sector will be essential to reaching net zero greenhouse gas emission goals. The combustion of fossil fuels in vehicles produces not only greenhouse gases, but also pollutants such as nitrogen oxides, particulate matter, and volatile organic compounds. This pollution reduces the quality of air in Sterling Heights, affecting the health of all residents. The transportation sector in this CAP aims to reduce vehicle miles traveled, along with air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions from vehicles. Building a more sustainable transportation system includes expanding public transit options, creating safe, connected routes for walking and biking, promoting ride-sharing, and transitioning away from fossil fuel-powered vehicles to those powered by renewable energy. In addition to reducing pollution, these strategies offer benefits to residents' quality of life by promoting outdoor exercise, improving community health, and fostering stronger social connections. enhance walkability and bikeability, create a healthier, more interconnected community, aligning with the city's broader vision for a sustainable and resilient future. There are 4 strategies within the transportation sector: reduce greenhouse gas emissions from vehicles, build a strong public transit system, improve walkability and bikeability of Sterling Heights, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the municipal fleet. There are 17 actions to support these strategies. Some examples include developing infrastructure to support electric vehicles, expanding pedestrian and bike paths and lanes to provide adequate connectivity between residential and commercial areas, and replacing ICE vehicles with electric, hybrid, or other renewable energy-using vehicles. Through the implementation of the actions identified within the plan, we seek to meet the targets outlined in the chart you see here, including reducing vehicle miles traveled and the emissions associated with transportation. The city has already begun to make progress on some of the actions identified within the CAP, such as our purchase of electric vehicles, including the state's first ever EV police pursuit vehicle. We have also begun to install public EV charging stations, increasing the infrastructure necessary for the conversion of ICE vehicles to EVs. Next, we have our waste sector, and although it is not our highest source of emissions, reducing the amount of waste that is sent to the landfill is an important part of resource stewardship. Throughout the public engagement portion of the Climate Action Plan, residents consistently voiced a desire for more waste diversion opportunities such as recycling and composting. This sector outlines strategies and actions to increase participation in the city's universal curbside recycling program, develops options for diverting organic waste from landfills, and enhances waste collection and diversion at large city events. It also emphasizes reducing waste from municipal facilities, setting a strong example for effective waste management across Sterling Heights. There are 4 strategies within the waste sector: provide community-wide waste diversion education, reduce organic waste community-wide, reduce waste from municipal facilities, and reduce waste at city-run community events. There are then 22 actions that support these strategies. Some examples include utilizing recycling data to target the delivery of education materials to the most needed areas, which would allow us to continue to increase the successfulness of our universal curbside recycling program. Another is conducting a community-wide food waste assessment, which would aid in reducing the amount of food that is unnecessarily sent to the landfill. These actions expand on the waste reduction efforts currently underway, such as our e-waste recycling program that you'll hear more about later today. Our reduction goal is to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions associated with our waste, and while a majority of waste can be diverted from landfills through recycling, composting, repurposing, and other waste diversion strategies, it may not be feasible to reduce our emissions from landfills by 100%, especially as the city does not own or control the landfill that our community waste goes to. Our next sector is natural resources, which plays a key role in supporting a sustainable, healthy, and vibrant community. The city offers dozens of parks, trails, and recreation areas for residents and visitors to enjoy. These natural areas contribute to residents' well-being by offering spaces for outdoor activities, relaxation, and community gathering. Additionally, these natural resources enhance the local ecosystem while making Sterling Heights an attractive place to visit and live. Throughout the public engagement portion of this plan's development, residents expressed significant interest in further protecting, enhancing, and increasing the quantity of local parks and natural spaces in Sterling Heights. This sector includes strategies and actions to boost the quantity and quality of the natural systems, improving natural spaces for residents to enjoy, and providing more habitats to support a variety of plants and animals. Initiatives throughout this sector also aim to reduce the intensity of the urban heat island effect in Sterling Heights, which occurs when heat becomes trapped in impervious surfaces, resulting in increased temperatures when compared to areas that are well shaded and have plenty of plants. And finally, this sector of the CAP aims to address severe flooding, a climate risk that Sterling Heights is already experiencing. Many actions that the city and its residents can take to enhance resilience to flooding, such as integrating green infrastructure, not only mitigate flood impacts, but also support local ecosystems, sequester carbon, and help with the urban heat island effect. This sector is aligned well with one of the actions that comes from the passing of the Pathway to Play and Preservation Millage, as the city now has a dedicated funding source for the purchase of property for the purpose of conservation. We can begin making progress in this sector immediately. There are 5 strategies in the natural resource sector: increase carbon sequestration potential of public and private lands, promote and incentivize the use of native plants to enhance local biodiversity, improve citywide stormwater infrastructure, improve natural systems resiliency to current and projected climate conditions, and improve native landscape connectivity in urban spaces. There are 24 actions to support these strategies, and some examples include increasing the tree canopy coverage, which the city has already begun making progress on and will continue to do so now that we have dedicated funding through the Pathway to Play and Preservation Millage, expanding the integration of native plants and shrubs and landscaping of municipally owned parks and gardens, and exploring the feasibility of adding a stormwater utility, which will be discussed in more detail later today as well. The metric identified to measure the progress in this sector is our tree canopy coverage, with the ultimate goal of getting to 40% by 2050. With the passage of the PPP millage, we are already taking action to increase our canopy. However, getting to 40% will require buy-in and participation from private property owners as well. So public engagement and education surrounding the benefits of trees will be incredibly important. Our last sector is public health, which overlaps with all of the previous sectors. This sector of the plan includes a strong focus on building the community's resilience to already increasing occurrences and severity of natural disasters and extreme weather. Additionally, this sector provides strategies and actions to improve flood resiliency, strengthen community relationships in neighborhoods in Sterling Heights, and to reduce the use of harmful chemicals. There are 4 strategies within this sector: build community resilience to extreme heat and weather events, support local food production and urban agriculture, strengthen neighborhoods and communities within Sterling Heights, and reduce the use/occurrence of harmful chemicals. There are now 12 actions to support these strategies, with some examples including expanding upon the Citizen Emergency Response Team to prepare for increased extreme weather events and an aging population, expanding community garden options to meet community participation interest, which is already underway with the creation of our Nelson Park Community Garden, and providing education programs for residents on the harm of pesticide use on human health and the environment. With that, I would like to thank you all for your commitment to making Sterling Heights an inclusive, vibrant community that's safe, active, and sustainable. Thank you.
And Mayor and Council, excuse me, you'll see the climate action plan on your forthcoming city council agenda, so you will have to formally approve it. And as such, we look forward to your feedback on this topic today. It is cities across the world that are going to help solve the climate, extreme climate impacts we're experiencing. It's not federal governments that are going to come to the rescue, as we're seeing is the case now. So we have to do our part in Sterling Heights. I think we are. I think you would all agree this is an impressive plan, and many of the initiatives we have underway are cutting edge and making a difference. This next section we want to focus on is really an offshoot of our universal recycling program now that has proven to be incredibly successful, and we want to expand on it some. We want to talk about electronic waste, some of the challenges we're having with that, and some ideas to come up with some additional options to address the day-to-day needs of electronic waste that's in many cases ending up in landfills. So I'm happy to introduce our Public Works Director, Mike Moore.
Thank you, Mark, and good afternoon, everyone. Boy, the last 9 months have been exciting in the world of recycling for Sterling Heights. I think everybody can probably agree to that. I thought it might be best to go back and briefly present how we arrived at this point today. It wasn't too long ago that curbside recycling in Sterling Heights was subscription-based. I'm sure a lot of folks in the room remember that. We typically averaged around 7,000 homes subscribing to the curbside recycling program every year. That all changed with the award to our recent contract with Priority Waste that provided every household that blue recycling cart you see right there, approximately 40,000 carts, almost 5 times the amount of recycling containers out there compared to the subscription program. So what came with those containers? If you recall, we worked with our community relations team and we developed the We're on a Roll campaign, and that went over very well. We had a lot of public information that went out. One of the flyers that went out was what you see before you, providing some examples of what was accepted in the blue containers. And that is all commingled recyclable materials from paper to cardboard, metal and tin, plastic and glass. You could throw everything in your blue container. So let's talk about, well, what happened when we got that? Well, take a look at May. That's when the contract became effective in May. So if you look at May, and you look at the blue area on May, the blue line, compared to the green line. Blue was last year, and green was when the new contract took effect. Look at the difference in the volume of recycling tonnage just from the cart. So an astronomical change in how much volume that residents began to recycle since the new contract took place. So what else do we do for recycling? Well, we do have our spring events held annually at the DPW. Those are held every April and attended by thousands of residents. Items collected include TVs, computers, batteries, curling irons, and many other electronic items. Even though this event collected 36 tons of material this year, DPW can still do better. Some ask, hey, Mike, what happens to that stuff when we take it here? What happens to it? Well, what happens is, here's just kind of a fictitious diagram. The company that takes that material, let's just call them ABC Technology, because that'll now change this year. They have their downstream vendors, ABC Limited, and everything that's taken in at those events is recycled. Very, very little is not recycled. So this graph I thought would be helpful specifically to electronics, because if you look to their downstream vendors, if they can't recycle that item themselves, they have downstream vendors from an electrical part company, a mechanical company, mechanical parts company, motor company, electrical systems company. So all these items, if I go back, that folks bring to our annual event, make it downstream somewhere and are recycled. So that's great news, but what happens if residents don't want to wait that long? What if they say, Mike, I don't want to wait till next year. I want to get rid of this now. So you see a TV on the right-hand side. You remember those old projection TVs? When they first came out, they had a great picture. Now they're a terrible picture, but they're heavy. They're huge. I want to get this out of my house, and I don't want to wait 11 more months. So I'm putting it at the curb. So what happens when it goes to the curb? Well, it's going to landfill. It's trash. It's now refuse, right? That's going to be a bulk item collected with refuse. So it's kind of going against our Think Sterling Green. Or heck with it. I've got my old printer, my computer. I'm not going to wait till April, Mike. I'm throwing it in my blue bin. Well, that's the same thing. It's going to go to the refuse stream. So that's something where we need to do better. And that's going to be the challenge this year. So not that we have the answer today, but we have some possible options today. Why would we throw out our single-use batteries, AA's, AAA's, C's, and D's? Can those be recycled? Sure, they sure can. We know that other communities have small collection bins at city facilities that collect simply just these batteries. Maybe the city can start to do that. So we're going to look into that this year. Or you have your rechargeable batteries. I don't have a single-use battery that I want to get rid of, but my DeWalt, my Milwaukee, my Power Tools, my Makitas, they have these rechargeable batteries. Where do I take those? Well, all these big box stores have been similar to this, where you can recycle some of your light bulbs, your rechargeable batteries. So there's options out there that I think part of this is just going to be some public education campaign for the community in this upcoming year. Our previous vendor, Great Lakes Electronics Corporation, also offers residents the ability to come just drop it off. So if residents wanted to go drop it off, they also have the ability to take it to the Roseville facility for Great Lakes Electronics and drop off their item there. It will be properly recycled. Being that we spoke about the annual waste event being so successful, we're going to look into possibly holding another one. Would that be the most cost-effective approach to electronic recycling, hosting another electronic waste event. This way it's 6 months in between, one in the spring and one in the fall. So there's an opportunity there as well. Some of the vendors that we spoke to also said that they currently have drop boxes, similar to, we have some here on city grounds, not for electronics, but I think it's for tax payments and some other items related to finance assessing. Maybe there's an option, not saying this is the answer, but maybe there's an option here that we could have a drop box of sorts for smaller electronics that a company puts at city sites, and then at scheduled times, whether it be monthly or depending on the volume, they come and they take those items to be properly recycled. So lastly, as we progress through this new venture, we'll be sure to update residents with new electronic recycling options this year. So keep an eye out this spring for some updates to come your way, likely social media and or in your mailbox. Thank you very much.
And Mayor, the last section under the sustainability topic is the matter that City Council requested that we conduct a little more research on and report back to you, and that is whether or not a stormwater utility would prove to be advantageous for Sterling Heights. So we have a couple of updates here that we'd like to share with you, and we look forward to your feedback. So again, DPW Director Mike Moore will start us off with this.
Okay, I'm back. Just when you thought I was done, right?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mark, and good afternoon again, everyone. What is stormwater? Well, stormwater refers to the excess rainwater or melted snow that flows over surfaces in urban areas where it cannot be absorbed into the ground. In cities, stormwater can accumulate on impervious surfaces such as roads, rooftops, sidewalks, parking lots, leading to runoff that can carry pollutants, debris, and other contaminants into storm drains and natural water bodies. Key points about stormwater in urban settings include 4 key points. First of all, impacts on infrastructure. Stormwater can overwhelm drainage systems, leading to flooding, erosion, and damage to the underground infrastructure. Water quality. As stormwater flows over these surfaces, it picks up pollutants like oil, heavy metals, chemicals, and trash, which can harm aquatic ecosystems and compromise water quality in rivers, lakes, drains, and oceans. Management systems. Cities often implement stormwater management systems such as retention basins, green roofs, permeable pavements, and bioswales to control runoff, minimize flooding, and improve water quality. Did you know that the Department of Public Works continuously inspects and maintains quite the infrastructure, including 660 miles of underground storm main, 28,000 catch basins, and 44 retention ponds in our city? And lastly, regulations. Many cities have regulations and programs in place to manage stormwater in compliance with federal and state environmental laws aiming to reduce runoff and its impacts. So why don't I walk you through just a brief description of what stormwater is. When it's raining or when snow is melting, let's just use a roof as an example. If you look to the left side of the picture, number 2, it rains on the roof, it goes into the gutter system, or the snow's melting, it goes into the gutter system, the gutter drains into the yard on the left side, or into the driveway on the house in the center. And during that runoff, it could pick up items like feces in the grass, fertilizers, oils, and then it enters number 4, catch basins, one of the 28,000 catch basins in the city, to which then it flows underground into the almost 700 miles of storm pipe to eventually reach number 6, an outfall, and then somewhere into a drain, creek, or river in the city. So overall, an effective stormwater system is critical for urban sustainability, public health, and environmental protection. With that, I would like to introduce City Engineer Brent Bayshaw, who will further explain stormwater management.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moore, and good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, and everyone here. So what do we currently do with stormwater management? The city adopted new standards in May of 2023 that you may recall, and any new development over 1 acre in size are designed to these standards, as well as public infrastructure projects. So I'll quickly go through these requirements and the goals of the standards. The purpose of these standards are to create defined measures to protect our lakes, rivers, streams, and open drains by reducing the risk of flooding and reducing the amount of pollutants that enter our waterways. The new eco-friendly design standards create sustainable stormwater practices to reduce runoff and improve water quality through 3 areas: water quality control, water volume control, and water rate control. So what is water quality control? This is the measure to reduce dirt, oils, pollutants, and other particles from within the stormwater runoff. And this is often referred to as the first flush. As pollutants build up on roadways and parking lots over time, the first flush rain event carries these pollutants to the drainage system, and devices such as these shown here, sediment bays, mechanical underground separators that are tied into the stormwater system or storm sewer system, and wet detention ponds allow for these contaminants to settle out and not enter our waterways. Second measure is water volume control. These measures reduce the amount of water that make it into our waterways by encouraging infiltration of stormwater runoff into the ground. These can be accomplished through bioswales, rain gardens, grass swales, or grass pavers, and on a smaller scale, the rain barrels are a volume control measure as well. The third measure is rate control. Rate control measures are put in place to hold stormwater and release it at a controlled rate over time. So this reduces the flashiness of storms and has a positive impact to reduce the flooding of downstream waterways and reduce the channel erosion. Examples of rate control measures include underground detention systems and dry or wet retention basins. So a few examples of recent developments that have been constructed to meet these standards include the Yatumo oil site at 19 and Mound, which contains multiple measures and includes the underground retention system that you won't see from the surface, but it is there subsurfacely. And the Mound Road and Bridgewood industrial buildings. These industrial buildings take all of its site drainage through the bioswales shown on the picture on the right. Of course, public infrastructures are also designed to meet new standards, which is demonstrated here with the 9 bioswales that are installed as part of the Mound Road project. The plantings of these bioswales will be completed in the spring. So in summary, any new developments within the city that are over 1 acre and any new public infrastructure projects meeting the similar criteria will be constructed and designed with all of these stormwater management principles in place. So again, these standards were adopted in 2023 with the city of Sterling Heights. It's a statewide mandate. So we know that, the things that not only we do, but the things that around the communities around us do affect the waterways as well. So this is a statewide mandate that these standards have been applied through other communities as well. So thank you for your time. Now I'd like to pass the presentation to our Finance and Budget Director, Jennifer Varney, to discuss stormwater costs.
Thank you, Mr. Bayshaw. So the main thing we're here today to talk about is the costs of the stormwater system and how do we fund them. So currently, all the costs related to the maintenance, construction of the stormwater system is included in the general fund, which is, of course, primarily funded through property taxes from residents and businesses. Some examples of the kind of costs that a stormwater system incurs are retention pond, fence replacement and repair, retention pond maintenance, catch basin maintenance and repair, pipeline repair and replacement, and stormwater reduction methods such as bioswales. So an alternative way, as I mentioned, these funds are all currently funded through the general fund, some through capital, some through the Department of Public Works budget. An alternative method to consider that many communities around Michigan and throughout the country have moved to is the creation of a stormwater utility. So what is a stormwater utility? This would be a separate entity similar to a water and sewer fund. So a separate fund that would manage stormwater runoff and provide services such as planning, engineering, and maintenance. Again, it would be very similar to the water and sewer utility we have currently at the city. There would be a separate user fee that would be charged to residents and businesses to fund the utility. The primary method we've seen of charging this fee would be a line item on the water and sewer bill. And again, most utilities charge property owners based on the amount of impervious surface on their property, cement, driveway, parking lots, things like that. So the development of a stormwater utility is quite an intensive and time-consuming process. These are some of the steps that we would need to undertake to consider this. We would need to hire a consultant to help us through this process. There would be the initial data gathering, which again, a really big job of calculating the impervious surface for every property in Sterling Heights. We would need to develop the fee and credit program. So in order to develop the fee, we would need to figure out how much would a stormwater program cost us. There would be the operation and maintenance, which we're funding currently through the general fund. We would want to develop a long-term repair and replacement plan for stormwater pipeline. And there would be the administration of the utility, the billing, the maintenance of the credit program, which I'm going to discuss. So there would obviously be an administration of this utility. Most stormwater management programs include credits to encourage good stormwater maintenance practices on your property. For example, you could get an individual could get a credit for having a rain barrel. A company could get a credit for having a retention pond. So as part of implementing a utility, we'd have to figure out how much those credits would be, how they would apply for them, and who would approve that the improvement resulted in a credit. We would need to develop a stormwater ordinance. We would need to develop data management and a billing process. And we would need a really robust public outreach plan. This would be a new fee for residents. We would want to do a lot of education about why the fee is necessary and why it's important. So some of the pros and cons of a stormwater utility. It can be a more equitable way to recover costs. Again, right now, the costs are just buried in the general fund, paid primarily out of property taxes. This would be a way to allocate the fees to the properties that have the most impervious surface and therefore contribute to the most cost to the stormwater plan. It could be more transparent. It'd be a transparent way to collect the money. It'd be a separate fund so you could see exactly what expenditures the fee was paying for. Through the credit program, it encourages property owners to minimize the impacts of stormwater. We could consider an offset of the fee that we collect with a corresponding reduction in property tax rates. And of course, it would create a dedicated funding source for long-term infrastructure improvements, which we are bound to need to be doing in the future. Some of the cons, again, as I mentioned, it would be very labor-intensive to establish. The initial establishment, I estimate, would cost between $300,000 and $400,000 to hire the consultant to do all of the things mentioned in the previous slide. There is a potential for litigation, which our city attorney, Mr. Koszewski, will discuss next. It may cause resident confusion and resentment seeing a new fee on their water and sewer bill that they're not used to and don't really understand, thus the need for a very robust public education campaign. And of course, there'll be ongoing costs for administering this program, which could result in additional personnel needs for the city. Some examples of Michigan communities that have implemented a stormwater utility are listed here. So there are communities that have already done this, but it's still, I think, relatively rare in Michigan. This is just an example of Ann Arbor's stormwater utility fee. Again, this is not at all to represent what the fee in Sterling Heights might be. That would all be the result of this study, depending on the cost estimates. But I just wanted to show this example. So Ann Arbor charges this fee quarterly. You can see that it's based on the square feet of impervious surface. There's 4 different tiers, and the fee ranges from about $37 a quarter on the low end to $194 a quarter on the higher end for residents. And for businesses, it's about $996 per acre per quarter. So this is just an example of a specific community and what their stormwater fees ended up being. Next, I would like to introduce City Attorney Mark Kaszubski to discuss the legal issues that we might encounter.
Thank you, Jennifer, and good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. So stormwater utilities are not a new concept. They've been around as far back as the 1990s. They have hit some legal hurdles over the years. The biggest hurdle in 1998 was through the Michigan Supreme Court case of Bolt versus City of Lansing, where Lansing's stormwater utility was challenged as being a tax as opposed to a user fee. However, that Supreme Court case was instructional in that the court held that Lansing's charge may have been wrong, but they also opined on how it could be done legally and appropriately, as long as it was done for regulatory purpose. It was proportionate to the actual cost of managing the stormwater system, and it was voluntary. And voluntary is an interesting concept in this because what they mean by that is that the user themselves, so a home or a business, can get a reduction in that fee if they can show that they're not using the system. So if you're using rain barrels, if you're using bioswales, dry wells, things of that nature, you would have a system in place as part of your program that would allow them to not only reduce, but if they could show it, actually completely eliminate the fee on their property if they can show no water is going into the storm system. So that's what they mean by when I say voluntary. Recently, the state of Michigan has been making a push for this. Now, right now, there's, by my count, 13 municipalities in the entire state out of 1,773 municipalities that have implemented this. In 2022, there were 10, and as of today, there are now 13, so it's growing in that regard. I know it's a small increment, but it is growing, a lot of which is based on what the state is trying to do. The state would like to push for this. The Michigan Municipal League has also said that they're interested in this, and the state Senate introduced Bill 660, Senate Bill 660, that sought to create an overarching framework on how to implement this through each municipality so that we would have a real good baseline. Remarkably, it's very similar to what Birmingham has done, and in reviewing Birmingham's ordinances, I think that they have met the criteria that the Bolt case really emphasized. And what we would have to do is we'd have to create a stormwater management utility ordinance and a management plan. So the ordinance itself would require us to adopt a stormwater management plan. There would have to be public hearings involved in doing so, at least one. It would allow for a utility fee ordinance so that you could track the utility fee and explain how the fees are being charged. Again, there would have to be a system that allows the resident or business to reduce that cost based on implementing reduction measures. And that burden of demonstrating that reduction would be on the homeowner or the business. The ordinance would have to provide for not only an appeal process internally, but ultimately a secondary appeal process to circuit court. So that would increase some appeal issues. Generally speaking, the management of those fees all have to be put into what's called an enterprise fund or an improvement fund for the stormwater utility. So it would be dedicated only to the improvements or maintenance of that system. So we have to make sure that the money's not commingled. So all of this would be detailed in an ordinance. Right now, Senate Bill 660 was kind of caught up in the wash of the lame duck system and lame duck session at the end of the year. It's currently in committee being reviewed. There's a chance it can come out, and if it does, it would set that statewide kind of arch of how it'll be looked at. However, I do think that whether Senate Bill 660 comes out of committee and is adopted by the state or not, I believe that the now 13 communities that are doing it have adopted that framework, and I think that it would pass constitutional muster. So with that said, I'm around for any questions and how else that ordinance would work.
Mayor, just in conclusion on this topic, it's important to note that creation of a stormwater utility is included in the city's sustainability plan long-term for implementation. And that plan, as you know, has been adopted by the Sustainability Commission and the Planning Commission. So I did want to highlight that. So we're available now to address any questions on this particular section. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Council who'd like to go first? Mr. Radke.
Just briefly to start, I guess through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, I'm very excited about the recycling that has gone on. I know that we currently tip our recycling at the Sacra facility, and I know that we are probably putting quite a bit of recycling there. Has there been any talks or conversation about possibly joining the Sacra board to gain more benefits from recycling at this facility? For the chair to Mr. Vanderpool.
Well, that's a very good question. I see our DPW director shaking his head no, but it's certainly something that, we could look into and see if there's any opportunity there.
The reason I ask is, Sacra is owned by the community members, so they get a cut of the profits of any recycling there. But more than that, they also have a say on what is recycled and how. And right now, we're just a user of the facility. I think if we are going to adopt a long-term sustainability plan, we should be a partner in that sustainability.
I think that's a very good idea. It's something we'll look into and report back to you and the council.
Appreciate it. I thought the climate action plan was very informative. I think there's a lot that needs to be done, but it's a good place to start. So I think that we have to really digest the report before we start powering through. My final thought is on the stormwater utility and why I think it is necessary. Right now, we are paying all these costs for a stormwater utility out of the general fund. There is no new money that's going to be raised. It's just essentially taking the money that's now a big, I guess through the chair to Ms. Varney, how much money do we spend on average on stormwater, on repairs, on dealing with this problem, on the fees?
Right now, I would say it's about $1 million a year, but I think the real cost that we need to determine if we're to go forth with this is the long-term replacement plan. I mean, we really haven't started to incur those costs yet, but we obviously know we're going to have to replace pipes, and that's going to be the big cost that I would think the utility would then help fund those future improvements that, as part of the plan, we would be developing a long-term plan to figure out those costs and then how to fund them.
You jumped ahead to my next question, which is, do we currently have a plan for, I know that we spend millions of dollars, because I see that we approve contracts for millions of dollars to do catch basin repair every year, pipe repair, pipes fail and we have to dig them out. There's a number of repair contracts that are in the millions of dollars every year that we approve here. Do we have a long-term plan for any of that replacement? And right now, is that all funded through the general fund?
So everything stormwater is funded through general fund. You are not allowed to fund stormwater through water and sewer. I believe the only plan, and I might let Mr. Moore chime in, was through the SAW grant. I do believe some stormwater repair projects were identified for the future.
Mr. Moore, through the chair.
Yes, that's correct. At the end of the storm and wastewater grant, there were some critical areas identified, but I do know we've had some conversations about the city development department looking at a holistic view of a citywide plan for infrastructure repair and replacement.
Well, and I guess through the chair to Mr. Moore, I know that we've talked about this because I've also seen contracts that we've let to both repair detention and retention basins, lift facilities, and pumps to prevent flooding in neighborhoods. And I assume that would all fall under future repair costs for stormwater. Am I wrong, Mr. Moore?
No, I think that's a correct statement.
Now, if my memory serves, and I don't have it in front of me, I think the last pump repair we did cost something like a couple $100,000 for new motors and essentially a rehabilitation of a pump station.
Yes, it's a little bit of a mixed response. Sometimes if just the pump fails in a retention pond, it can be ranged depending on the size of the pump and the capacity of the pump gallons per minute. It can range from 40 to 80,000. However, to your point, yes, the rehabilitation of a retention pond, the pump house can be upwards, and that's to Ms. Varney's point. There are some of those earmarked in our plan that can be upwards of $100,000 to $200,000 for those.
How many, I guess I'm just curious because I don't know, how many detention basins and pump houses how much infrastructure for stormwater do we have in the city that we currently maintain?
44 retention ponds. Not all of those include pumps, though. Some of those are gravity fed. I'd say off the top of my head, half are mechanically controlled.
And then a full rehabilitation of those would cost upwards of $100,000 on average?
Average.
Yeah. So we're looking at maybe $2.2 million of future repairs just for detention basins, not counting storm basins or pipes, road repairs from those pipes collapsing. I know we had one in my father's neighborhood where the local storm basin essentially caved in, and we had to both elevate it, fix the pipe, and then fix the sidewalk in the street that was over the basin that was falling. We also do detention repairs, or I guess basin repairs as an ongoing basis throughout neighborhoods to fix cracked and broken drains.
Are you referring to the catch basin structures and?
Yeah, I mean, where the water flows into the ground.
Yes, so the catch basin structure, and every year we evaluate those. We have a running list ranked 1 through 10, 10 being an emergency repair. And that's where Ms. Varney referenced the funding of, I think she had mentioned roughly $1 million. And a lot of that funding goes into, a good portion of that does fund those catch basin. As you described, we have to saw cut, excavate, break out, and then rebuild and repour.
Okay. And I guess the reason I asked for all this information is it shows that we're already doing this, but we don't have a dedicated funding source for it. It's being paid out of the general fund. And because we don't have a dedicated funding source, we really don't have a long-term plan on how we're going to fund these repairs and make sure that, I mean, at the end of the day, stormwater we're trying to prevent pollution from reaching our lakes, reaching the Clinton River, and essentially destroying the environment. So I think a stormwater utility would be an asset in this regard. It'll improve local water quality, but it also goes to just basic fairness principles. If you are, I hate to pick on them because they're a great employer, but if you are Shap Stellantis and you have miles of parking lot which draws runoff, it's an impervious surface, creates high heat, which also has negative climate effects that are not talked about here, and you are doing nothing to mitigate that. You aren't adding bioswales, you aren't adding parking lot islands, you aren't doing anything to affect your stormwater. Why should Shap pay the same as a homeowner in the Seville Garden subdivision? Right now, they do. And that's not fair from an equity standpoint, that homeowners who have trees and are doing everything they can to mitigate what they're putting in the drain, they are paying the exact same amount as some of the people who are responsible for the most pollution entering our drains. A stormwater utility better effectuates these fees to those people who are using it, and also encourages them to decrease that use. I can guarantee that if we approve a stormwater utility, high users who are getting hit with a high fee will take mitigation steps, just like everyone else does, to reduce that cost and to better the environment. So I think it's both fairer to our residents, better for the environment, and it's going to create a long-term funding source to fix and repair these things so residents aren't calling the city council and the administration complaining about a drain collapse in their neighborhood. That's all I have right now, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Anyone else? Mr. Yanis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to, I guess, Ms. Varney. If you can't answer, that's okay, somebody else would. I'm just wondering, so even if somebody uses a number of different mitigation methods to get them down to zero stormwater going into the system, isn't there still a fixed cost? Are we not going to have to charge people something? Because we're going to have to maintain the system citywide, correct?
Yeah, I would assume that it would be similar to a water and sewer utility, that, we have to collect a certain amount of money. And so if, if properties that have credits, then that would probably increase the rate that then would get charged to those that have impervious surface. So again, if I've got a fixed impervious surface and a fixed dollar fee I'm trying to collect, then the variable is the rate, right? So, if the impervious surface goes down, then the rate per square foot would have to go up to collect the same amount of dollars. That was a long-winded answer to you.
Yeah, it's okay. You answered it. You could have just said yes. That would have been fine. One other question. So I'll send this one to the city manager, and he can deflect if he needs to. I'm just curious about our EV fleet. We've had it for almost a year now. I know we got a report here in regards to this meeting, that we're getting a report. I'm just wondering, what metrics are we using to determine if we want to expand our EV fleet? And unfortunately, I missed the rollout of the police car the other day, so I'm not sure what we're doing in regards to charging of our EV fleet. So if we can talk a little bit about that, what metrics are we looking at to determine, do we expand our EV fleet?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Councilman Yanis. First of all, we're looking at a number of variables, some which are quantifiable and others that are more intangible. So for example, we know based on usage how much fuel costs we're saving. So those are pretty easy to define, and the fleet manager's done a good job of tracking that. In addition, we're getting feedback from the users in terms of the applicability to their respective disciplines and with respect to ease of charging. The charging infrastructure isn't as great as we would like. We do have charging on site. We have a number of locations, but sometimes if there's a required trip outside of city limits or in surrounding areas, that it's not as readily accessible as we would like. Obviously, for those who have EVs, you probably experience some of that, although it's improving significantly. Wear and tear on the vehicles, pretty simple stuff like brakes, are there any other electric motor issues? All these variables are being monitored so far. I don't want to speak for a DPW director, but he has provided a rather comprehensive report, which we're happy to pass along to council as well on the progress so far. But overall, the EV program has been very well received. Other variables are, charging, the obvious stuff. Do the batteries hold a reasonable charge in cold weather, and so on, and just convenience. So while we have charging stations, it's not as convenient as, just going to a station to fuel up, if you will. So many variables are being monitored. I think, as you've seen in the police fleet, the technology's improved. The police pursuit vehicle will be very interesting to get that feedback from police officers. But certainly, the pilot program so far has validated that it would be advantageous to expand the fleet. Now, what does expand mean? Will it be 10% or 20% of our fleet? We don't know that yet, but we'll certainly be looking at expansion.
Do we have any rapid chargers, especially for the police vehicle?
We have level 2 commercial charges. So those take about, as you may know, about 8 hours or so to get through a full charge. But the rapid chargers, we have to go outside city limits for.
Okay. And then the rest are just comments here. First of all, you know, as far as recycling, I know I'm beating a dead horse here, sorry, but I'm going to say it again. At our meeting Tuesday night, after the meeting's over, I go back into the ante room, and I have with me my water cup and my water bottle, and one is trash, one is recyclable, and the nice gentleman who cleans our offices is there. He's already emptied the trash, and he points to his trash can, he says, just throw them in there. And, you know, we have a separate thing for trash and a separate thing for recyclable. It's all going in the trash. Now, I don't follow these guys around here, but we have all these receptacles around here, trash, recyclable. It seems like it's hit or miss. The environmental company that we hire, I don't know if they get instruction to recycle. I saw a nice lady take out a bunch of cardboard boxes one day in a cart, and they all went into the trash can. They weren't even broken down. They just went all into the dumpster, pristine cardboard. You know, look, leaders lead. And when it comes to what we do within our buildings, what we do at the farmer's market, what we do at Sterling Fest, and it's great that we have the Cub Scouts taking the bottles and cans and all that stuff. We have to do the bare minimum. We have to lead on the bare minimum, which is just properly recycle. And we're not doing that. And somebody can say we can. I just witnessed it the other day. It just happened to me. So we need to do better as a entity. I think it'd be a good idea once we, to hand out, or when we do contracts, especially with lawn maintenance people, that we also take into consideration how much equipment they use that's battery-based rechargeable, especially the smaller devices like weed whips and air blowers. Those small two-stroke engines are some of the most polluting pieces of equipment that we have out there, even more polluting than a regular ICE or compression engine car. We really should have a second event, and it should be right after the holidays. It should be after Christmas. That's when you see most of the stuff out in the street, the old TVs. You know, it used to be the tube TVs, now it's the old big screen TVs. And a lot of electronic equipment hits the streets right after the holidays, and I agree, we should have a second one. It should be right after the December holidays. There is a company in Wixom that has a single-use battery recycling program. It does cost money, but they send you a box. Once the box is full, you just close it up and you mail it back to them. The biggest box weighs, when it's full, weighs about 50 pounds. I mean, there is a cost to it, but I think that would be beneficial to the citizens if we had maybe a box here, maybe a box at DPW, or a box at every fire station, what have you. But, you know, as opposed to just throwing those single-use batteries away, 97% of a single-use battery is recyclable, 97%. And one of the minerals in the single-use battery is manganese, which goes into plant food. So it's a highly recyclable item. I think a lot of them get thrown away. We could do better. We could somehow figure out the cost of doing the program. But again, the company that does it is in Wixom, so they're not that far away. And if we're going to send people all over the area to do their various recycling, then maybe we should have an interactive map on our website. This is where you can go to recycle, and so people can see if they got a metal, if they got electronics or whatever, they can go instead of hazarding a guess, or maybe they get frustrated and they just stick it out by the curb. So I think there's a lot of small things that we can do to make things better. I really loved what I seen today, and thank you so much for our Sustainability Commission and all the hard work they've done. And I really think our city is really taking a leadership when it comes to a greener, better community. It was a great presentation. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's all I have.
Mrs. Arkin.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'm going to be brief and go by topic. Is the climate action plan, I think, is essential. And I think to be successful, education is the key in making sure that the public has all the information that they need and why we're doing it. And I think it could be successful. The electronic waste, I'm going to agree. I think we should have a second event, but I think it should be in the fall. Thank you. I think it should be in the fall, maybe 6 months after the first one. And it would be a good idea not just to do that one, but to do all 4 of the ones that we do in April, to do them again. And I guess through the chair to Mr. Moore, is what does it cost us to put those events on? And I know that would be a determining factor in whether we could do it twice.
When you say to put those events on, are you?
Because I'm sure it's labor intensive, so we do have staff there.
Yep. Are you asking specifically for the electronic event or electronic paper shred hazardous household waste?
All of them.
All. That is now a contracted cost through Priority Waste, and off the top of my head, solely just their cost, I think, I'm going to take a wild guess, encompassing all those, it was over maybe $100,000.
So
do
all 3 of them. So to do it again, it would be another $100,000.
And that's just a wild guess.
Okay, thank you. Something to consider if we're actually going to get serious about, the environment. So I think it is something we need to consider. And then as far as the stormwater, the strategy, I really have to think about this at this particular time as to what's going on, because, this is what, if you're a homeowner in Sterling Heights and you bought a home in a subdivision and the plot was approved by the city as to what type of home could be built there, where the driveway was going to go, and whether it was the same length as your neighbor's driveway, those are things I want to consider, because as an additional cost, I don't want to penalize people because they bought the house that they bought. And that is like when you're saying, well, the runoff water, there's no way that you're going to be able to control how much rain or snow we're ever going to get. It's Mother Nature. So, so that's something I really have to think about. I think it's got a good plan, but when you start adding costs to people's line items on their tax bill, you better have a good explanation why you're doing it. And even though we might understand it here today, if you were to present this at a council meeting or to residents, nobody would say that they wanted to pay more in order to have this put into effect. And you can call it a fee all you want. People are going to look at it as if it's a tax. And we know that's what's happened in the last week, that we're worried about losing federal funding for some of the funding that we've enjoyed in the past, that have paid for services that our residents have become accustomed to. And if we lose that funding, and the residents end up paying for something that they didn't have to pay for in order to keep those programs, I'm not going to add anything right now. And that's just how I feel. I want to leave it open, though, for discussion. I'm not closing the door on it. I just think we need to think about it for a while, because right now, it's like I have the feeling that I just want to tighten everything up because we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. That's my feeling.
Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Mr. Moore. I agree that the special recycling pickup, we should enhance that. If we can do it twice a year, that would be great, spring and fall. And also, I would like to see a list where people can deposit things like the batteries if we could post that on our internet, our homepage there, and let them know where they can drop them off, or even if DPW might want to put up a container and handle that. As far as the stormwater system, I guess I'm kind of old school because I thought that the retention pond fence replacement was done by the county, because when they replaced one down the street from me, they did the front but didn't do the sides. I backed to a retention pond. It gathers water and drains out. It's got drain on one side and then one on the other. And I also have a huge storm drain in my backyard. If you walk back there and stand and look down, you get seasick. You can actually hear and see the water running through. Does that mean I get a credit?
You asking Mr. Moore?
I'm asking Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore?
I wouldn't know the answer to that if there's a credit to be received on that.
Are you going to charge me because I collect all the water from the subdivision and it drains in my backyard into the storm drain?
I think a piece of that would probably be part of this evaluation that was discussed about looking at the different parcels. And I think there was a comment of, some GIS overlay of the amount of impermeable surface you may have, some type of calculation like that. But that's probably an answer for a later date.
Well, my comment is I'm not at all in favor of the stormwater fee. I think it should be part of the property tax billing. It always has been, and I think it should remain that way because you're getting into a lot of what ifs. People that bought at the Northwest Quadrant, they have retention ponds. They have fountains in there. They are managed by the Homeowners Association. Is that something that we're going to take over the costs of and start doing? I think it just opens too many doors, takes on too many responsibilities, and it's, what about my property? Are you going to do my pond too? Do I get a new fence? Do I get a new fence all the way around? I think it should stay the way it is, and if you need to supplement our stormwater system, it should be part of the property tax, not a special fee to the people. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Skoski. Mrs. Schmidt?
Thank you. I will be very brief, not to be redundant. I have to agree with my colleagues about the water, stormwater. I think I'm not comfortable making this large of a change. Not only are the residents going to be charged a quarterly fee, they're also going to be charged a customer charge per quarter. When we went to monthly billing, residents really gave us pushback about how they were paying that fee monthly now instead of quarterly, and we tried to explain that that fee was broken up from quarterly to monthly. But there was still, I think the more you put on people's plates right now, the more unsettling it is, and the more people are, between drug prices, egg prices, and everything else, people are not concerned about this. And I think I'm not comfortable going forward at this point. As far as recycling, Chief, since you're here, can I ask you a question? So on these single-use batteries, when you put them all into a box, it's my understanding that that can really be a fire hazard. Is that true?
That would only be the single-use lithium batteries. If they're not lithium, it wouldn't be a problem.
Okay, so the Duracells or, the Energizers, whatever, you throw those into a big pickle bucket and we recycle them, that is not a fire hazard?
You'd have to look at the battery itself. If it says lithium on the battery, then it would be a problem because it contains that metal. If it doesn't have lithium, it does not contain that metal.
So I'm all for recycling them. However, I think that would take a lot of educating of the public on what can be thrown into that box or that bucket and what can't be, or do you put a piece of tape over the nub, you know, how to make that safe. I'm on board with that, but we need to do some public education on that. And as far as our increase in recycling, I said this a couple meetings ago, you know, it's very impressive, and unfortunately, we can't get our school districts on board. They preach green schools, and they're not willing to get on board with paying for recycling at their schools. That's really unfortunate, and I might be putting my job in jeopardy by saying that, but it's the truth. We tried really hard, and they're not interested, so. Other than that, it would be redundant for me to say anything else, so I have nothing further, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Mrs. Zarowski.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I will try to also be brief. So I did want to commend all of our employees, Mr. Moore, Ms. Richards, and everyone else you work with, Mr. Bishaw, excuse me, and Castor. Good job on all of this. This is really something that, you know, we're not always sure is at the residents' forefront of what they really want to do as far as sustainability goes, but if anyone's been on the Facebook page, we can see that the residents are concerned about trees and property and how we manage it. So it is very important to delve into it a little bit. And within that, the climate action plan, I think is very good. I think that we do need to decrease vehicle emissions. I still do not believe that necessarily batteries are the right thing. There might be hydrogen engines that can be used, but as we evolve as a community and as a country and as a culture, we do need to look at other ways that do not increase the greenhouse emissions, and I'm very much in favor of that. Love the community garden. That's going to be great. What I am really hopeful is that we can continue our reforestation effort to the tune of what I know that we had that $500,000 grant, which right now, as everyone knows, grants are kind of a limbo. But if we do get that, that would be wonderful. If we don't get that, we need to find an additional plan B very quickly. And I'm urging for that. I do want to, on the stormwater, I'll go to stormwater system management. I am also looking at it as this is something that, in theory, will be a good idea and will eventually be something we need to do. Right now, especially with the uncertainty that's going on within governments, I do not find that it is important to do this at this time. Very interested, as Ms. Ziarko said, that we keep the door open, that we look at this as what we need to look down in the future, but at this urgent or close time, I don't think it's urgent. So I'm not going to be in favor of moving forward with that in the near future. We can incentivize stormwater waste management with our community, both our residents. We already have the water barrels that I still didn't get one yet. I've been on the list a long time. But anyway, I'll buy my own. I can afford one. But I do want to, with the impervious surfaces and other buildings, large companies, I think we need to incentivize that. So I'm hopeful that we can do that. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go through the chair, sorry. And I just want to say again, I do like the electronic waste going to the second opportunity. A lot of people don't have the storage space to store an additional TV or another computer in their basement, or wait until it's time to get it going. I have 2 computers in my basement waiting to go, but my basement's just that, it's a basement. It is not a living space, so I can do it in there. But a lot of people don't have that opportunity, and more opportunities, the better. And I think I'm going to end there. Thank you, Mayor Taylor.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Zarowski. Thank you to Ms. Richards for the climate action plan update. I think that's a great plan. I think that, honestly, probably one of the bigger issues is going to be just how do we manage it? It seems like that's something that could be encompassing to every department in the city and every employee in the city. Have you thought about ways of managing it and making sure we're hitting the standards that we've set for years in the future? And how is that going to be, how, am I correct in that this is sort of an organization-wide implementation that will really have to change the culture of each department?
Most definitely. One of the things that we did in the process of developing the plan was create implementation groups. So we divided each sector, so transportation, building, all 5 sectors, created implementation teams that were comprised of various departments that would be responsible for the implementation of every action that's identified within the plan. Identified ones that we have capacity to do now, ones that we may have capacity in the near future, and then some that would be long-term focused. So we've already kind of identified our near-term, within the next 5 years, kind of low-hanging fruit that we can start addressing and kind of get our feet under us as we begin to do the work.
Great. Yeah, I really appreciated that and enjoyed the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Moore, for the presentation about recycling, a lot to think about. I'm going to talk a little bit about the stormwater system and potential utility there. Ms. Varney, so right now you're saying that we're typically spending about $1 million on this. Now, the underground infrastructure, when the water goes into the catch basins on the street, near whether it's a major road or a neighborhood road, that's going into underground infrastructure. And is that underground infrastructure owned by the city or the county? Mr. Moore.
That underground infrastructure is owned by the city.
Okay.
Typically, it's when it gets, sorry to cut you off, typically it's when it gets to the drain is when it becomes the county's responsibility.
Okay. And of the $1 million that we're spending, do we send any of that money to the county for any purpose?
Not that no.
So that entire amount of money that we're spending, is it for maintaining the infrastructure that we have?
Yeah, I would say right now, again, it's an estimate because we'd really have to delve into it because a lot of the cost is, I would say, buried in the public works budget, the salaries of the employees that go and clean out catch basins. But yeah, that's all our cost right now. For maintaining, and we don't have anything in there right now for like long-term replacement of infrastructure.
So what would be the plan? I mean, we just deal with it when we get to it?
I mean, basically, if something, we would, we need to develop a long-term plan. If we didn't have the utility, we would probably bond, for a large, similar how we do water and sewer. If there was a $5 million project, we would bond for it, and we would pay for the bond payments out of the general fund. That's what we would do.
Maybe this is for Mr. Koszubski. One of the things that you talked about, I believe it was Ms. Varney that actually talked about developing it, is we'd have to go out and really survey the entire community, pretty much every parcel of property. For the cities that have implemented that, do you guys have any estimate of what that costs, how long that process takes, and what it costs?
Yeah, so I had got an estimate on basically a consultant service that would do all of the things that was on the slide, estimate the impervious surface, help us develop our long-term plan, develop the ordinance, do a public education. And about 3 years ago, the estimate I got from the same company that did our water and sewer was about $250,000. So I'm assuming, if we went out for an RFP for now, it would probably be somewhere between $300,000 and $400,000 to get, again, it's to get it going. It'd be, but the impervious surface calculation would just be one of the things that we need to do to set up this utility.
Okay. And then it's fair to say that as Mrs. Koski pointed out, that some of the stormwater management system is owned, operated, and maintained by the city, and some of it is privately owned, right? So, I mean, I think, like when Mrs. Koski was talking about, well, I've got a retention pond, I assume that detention pond or retention pond services her neighborhood. Would that calculate into what the stormwater utility, or would that just be something completely separate? Like, okay, your neighborhood needed to figure out a way of managing stormwater runoff when it was constructed, and this is what you've done, but you still have stormwater, I mean, that's still making its way into the stormwater system, right?
So, I mean, the stormwater utility, I believe, would only cover costs for city-owned property. So if there's like a homeowners that owns that detention, the city wouldn't cover that, those
No,
costs.
but what I'm saying is that, so at the house I lived at before, there was a detention pond in the backyard, right? And everything, and my house was on the higher ground, everything sloped into the detention pond, and it was directly behind my backyard. I'm still going to get assessed based on the amount of impervious surface on my property, and I'm not going to get a credit for that detention pond that was in my backyard, right? Because that's just part of, that was how the property was constructed. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I mean, again, without going through the process, my understanding is, yes, you would be charged based on the amount of impervious surface on your property, so probably for most residents, the size of their driveway and their porch. And the credits you would get would be for things that you personally implemented to help with that. I mean, a rain barrel is, you know, you put a rain barrel on your property, but you're not, you would not get a credit because there happens to be a drain in your backyard. Or you wouldn't pay extra either, because as Mrs. Koski, I think, also was thinking she might pay extra because more stormwater is on her property. Again, the main way that these fees are assessed is the amount of cement on your property.
Right, I understand. Okay. Look, I'm generally in favor of this. I think that there's been some comments today from the city council and about, you know, the cost and the, you know, that it's going to look like it's an additional fee. And I get that. And look, the reality is politicians take that stuff into consideration, whether it's true or false. A lot of times, and I'm afraid to say that maybe all the time, the perception of the truth is much more important than the actual truth. But I don't think that that's an impediment here, and I think that we can do a good job, and I think our residents can certainly understand it. To me, it's about, you know, if we as a city can take as many services as possible, maybe not all of our services, but a certain amount of our services, and say, we're going to assess a fee based on how much you use this service versus just making it uniform across the community. Now, there are some things where you don't necessarily want to do that. You know, there's some life and death things. You know, I don't necessarily want to say you're going to get billed every time you call the police department or every time you call the fire department. I think those are important services that when you need, they're there. Okay? But another thing that this utility would do is it would encourage behavior. It would discourage certain behavior. And if we as a city council determine that management of our stormwater system and limiting the amount of that stormwater that goes into the drain is a good thing and is a desirable policy, then we can enact policies that hopefully deter people from doing things that are damaging to the environment and to the city. So I think it's worth exploring. You know, in theory, this is not going to cost anybody any additional money in the aggregate, at least. It will cost more money for people who use the service more. It will cost less money for people who use the service less. And I think, you know, the reality is, you know, if we're concerned about our residents that, hey, they're going to look at this as just another fee, another money grab, we need to be able to explain to them that you are almost certainly, if you're a resident of Sterling Heights, you are almost certainly going to be paying less money after this utility is implemented than before. The biggest offenders are bigger businesses and property owners that have large parking lots, large impervious surfaces. And so for the average, I think for the average resident that's living on an average residential lot, their percentage of impervious surfaces covering their property is going to be significantly less than the major user. So I think it's worth pursuing, and I don't particularly understand if we say, you know, in theory it's a good idea, but now is not the right time. You know, that there is no right time then. You know, if now, while we're talking about sustainability and a climate action plan and improving what we're doing environmentally, now seems to be the perfect time to start having this conversation and exploring it. So I think it would be effective. I think it would not cause residents to pay more. I would expect our tax-paying, voting, residential residents will see a decrease. And if nothing else, we could go through the process of exploring it and studying it and developing a program here in a system and make that determination. That if it's going to cost more for the average resident, then maybe we decide that that's not a good idea. But I think it's worth pursuing, and I hope this council, over the coming weeks and months, will agree. So, okay, Mr. Radke.
I apologize. I have a few more words just because I went first. Very quickly, I wanted to comment on what Mr. Yana said. I think that if we're going to continue exploring the electric vehicles, and we're doing a pilot program study right now, I think we really should consider adding a rapid charger to City Hall. You know, not just a level 2 charger, but a rapid charger. Because if we want the police pursuit vehicle to be effective, maybe not every vehicle needs to be charged this way, but if we're going to be exploring it, that should be a consideration, I think. Maybe at DPW or here, just because the idea that we have to take them out of the community if we absolutely need power fast doesn't make a lot of sense to me. To go one further, I appreciate your comments, Mr. Mayor. I guess through the chair to Mrs. Varney, how long would a study take? How long would the timeline be? This isn't going to be overnight. So what would the timeline be for a study on this nature for a stormwater utility?
I would estimate probably 6 to 12 months. I mean, it's a lot of work. So, I mean, the biggest thing about the study is it would be expensive. I mean, it would be expensive to get going, but.
So the reason I ask, and you know, this is something that's not going to happen overnight, that we really should at least explore, because I believe the net cost, we're already paying these fees. I heard a lot up here from my colleagues about the fear that we're going to implement a new fee to residents. But the fear isn't actually them paying more. They're already paying it. The fear is that we're telling you what you're paying. I remember talking about this when we talked about summer watering. You know, the idea that we can't change anything around here because we've always done something a certain way is a fantasy. We changed summer watering because it was unfair to residents. We determined that. Now, before, everyone paid the same amount, no matter how much you watered or not in the summertime. We as a council determined that that was not a fair way to assess watering fees. So we set a baseline, and then we reduced cost, and we basically figured out who's watering and who's not and how the fee should be assessed. This is no different. And I think that that's what we got to think about. All we're doing is changing the paperwork because we're already paying it. And right now, from what we talked up here, we don't have a plan. Bonding in the future, that's not a plan, that's a hope. So we don't have a plan for this. So this would get us to the plan. And I guess, my final question, I guess, is through the chair to Mr. Koszubski. How can we legally incentivize less pavement, less lots, credits, without a utility to determine costs? Because some of our colleagues talked about this, but I don't know how you do it without a framework.
Well, that's a good question, Councilman Radke. I haven't looked into the thought of that, but generally speaking, we would incentivize people to try. Right. It wouldn't be something that we would be able to subsidize or otherwise. We've done the Rain Barrel program. You could ask in design standards, and somebody comes in for a business to say maybe more pervious surfaces, maybe change the way you're doing your parking lots, more land banking, things like that. Those types of things might be incentivized through regulation. Meaning we can tell them that you can do this instead of spending money for more parking, you can land bank more, and that'd be more pervious surface, and it'd be cheaper for you to do your development. So if through regulation we can limit some of that cost, but I don't know that we can just straight up incentivize.
Sure. I guess my final thought is in Birmingham and in Ann Arbor, one credit that they offer both businesses and homeowners is tree planting. If you tree plant, they will take money off of your stormwater fees because trees obviously suck up water. We have a long-term goal of retreeing our city. The stormwater utility would be just one piece of the entire puzzle to increase our tree coverage. I really hope that we explore it. I think we should study it. We don't have to implement it till the future, but if we don't start now, it's going to take years, and it'll never get done. So I hope that my colleagues consider it. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Anyone else, counsel, on this item? If not, Mr. Vanderpool, anything to add?
Just a quick comment, Mayor. I mentioned early on in my comments the importance of strategic planning is to help develop some direction for forthcoming budget, including our capital plan. What I just heard from City Council on this topic was that there seems to be some consensus that the utility may be beneficial. The operative word is may, but right now is not the time to implement it. So with that in mind, what I didn't hear is that we shouldn't budget in our forthcoming capital plan the study. Ms. Varney mentioned $250,000 to $300,000 to conduct the study. And that, I think 6 months is very ambitious. I think it's going to be much more like a year. So if this was budgeted, the budget doesn't even get considered until the budget hearings in April and isn't approved until May. By the time you get a study going, you're looking at probably summer of 2026 before it's completed. And then it would take months to digest the study and determine whether or not you wanted to proceed any further with the utility. So in light of the fact that there seems to be some consensus that a utility may be beneficial and is something we may need to consider, then the study certainly may be appropriate and maybe the timing is good to budget for the study. I will say the costs are the costs. Whether we have the utility or not isn't going to change the costs. We will have to pay for the costs. We will have a comprehensive plan developed as the system ages in the next few years on what the 5-year, 10-year plan is for replacement, maintenance, and so on as we move forward. The utility won't change that. One way or the other, the community will have to pay for the costs. The question is, what's the most equitable way to pay the costs in the future? So I just wanted to mention that because absent any further discussion, it kind of led me to believe that we should be looking at this in the forthcoming budget as a study, but I'm happy to be corrected if I didn't hear it right.
Okay, in light of those comments, does anybody else have anything they'd like to add? Okay, so it is 4:18 right now. We were scheduled to take a break from 3 until 3:15. So why don't we try to get back here at 4:30, but by 4:35 at the latest, let's get moving. Okay, so we will take a brief recess and be back between 4:30 and 4:35.
She had taken her. She goes, I already had it this year. I said, oh.
All right, everyone, calling the meeting back to order, and I will turn it over to Mr. Vanderpool for our next item this afternoon.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 more sections left, and as we've been talking about, the city is committed to continuous improvement and best practices. This commitment often puts us on the leading edge of innovation, and it goes without saying that mental well-being is a contributing factor to our quality of life. We want all residents to enjoy a good quality of life, not only through our recreational services and programming and our safe city status and so on, but also through our core services. And you've heard that we were one of the first cities to hire social workers in the past. That's now morphed into a more robust program, including on-site case managers, you heard earlier, working with our fire department, certainly our police department. And part of this component is having a first ever community mental health strategic plan. We've been hard at work over the past year working with a consultant, Health Management Associates, helping us to develop that overarching strategic plan. Brianna Jacob, who's a senior consultant with HMA, and our Assistant City Manager, Dale Wojciechowski, are now going to lead us through this discussion, and we look forward to council's feedback on this as well.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, others in the room. So as Mark said, my name is Brianna Jacob. I'm a senior consultant with HMA. We are a national firm that is headquartered and started in Lansing. And so we do these community assessments all throughout the country, and we're happy to work with the team starting in July to do both a 2-piece project, if you will. The first part was a strategic community assessment focused on several topics that the city had outlined. So in that process, we looked at some key areas that were noted as areas to be of concern that include mental health disparity, vulnerable populations, homelessness, hoarding, educational needs, substance use disorder, and then how do social determinants of health and COVID impact all of those focus areas. And so we've been working with some of your team members here over the past few months to really do an assessment of several things. One, we took a look at some state level data, some census data. We also took a look at county level data, city level data, some data from your internal services, whether that be fire department or police department, and took all of that information and distilled it down into some fun statistics for you. And then we also had a lot of conversations. We did some focus groups. I know we spoke with several of you here in the room. And we also did some one-on-one interviews with key stakeholders. We had conversations with people that were in the schools. We had conversations with providers, people who work in the local hospitals. We even had conversations with some of your frontline police officers and fire and EMS. And so through all of that process, we really took a look at distilling down what are some of the issues that Sterling Heights is facing. And then from there, are working currently, and it is not yet finalized, to work through the strategic plan of what does that look like for Sterling Heights moving forward. And so as we took a look at the assessment, you'll see some of the stats here on the screen. You guys are a pretty diverse community, right? Only 64% speak only English in their home in the city of Sterling Heights. 13% of Sterling Heights population reported having a disability of some kind. 19% of Macomb County adults, which is probably a pretty accurate representation of Sterling Heights, reported only fair or poor mental health in the past 30 days, and that was from a 2022 study. And so as we look at some of these statistics, poor physical health, access to healthy food, access to services, what does that mean, for Sterling Heights? And why are we talking about this? I know we've heard a lot today about what is the sustainability, what is the future plan for the health and safety of Sterling Heights. So the importance of mental wellness. I have spent the past 12 years of my career working in behavioral health, specifically with mental health and substance use disorders. It is the single largest cause of disabilities in the country. It impacts everything else. It impacts physical health. It impacts a lot of times socioeconomic status as well, if you can function to a level to participate, right? And vice versa. If you have poor physical health or poor socioeconomic status, it can also impact mental health. So we can't pull those apart. We'll talk a lot about mental health, but understand that it is really that concept of integration and the fact that all of this impacts the other and you cannot pull them apart. So how do we need to address things? You know, suicide is the second leading cause of death of residents ages 15 to 34 in the state of Michigan. There's a lengthy list on the screen of all of the factors that can influence that statistic. How do we distill those factors into action items, and how does Sterling Heights become part of that conversation? And so when we took the assessment and we broke it down and we distilled it, there's a list of issues here. So these are some of the things that we thought really needed to be discussed, really became a focal point both in the data and in the conversations we had. There's a lack of crisis services within the city. There's always a shortage of outpatient services. Sterling Heights is not unique to this. This is an issue in city, state, country, you name it. There was a desire for peer support services. There was also a desire for more behavioral health crisis training for your first responders. There's a need for support, social services support on your runs. I know we heard earlier a lot about the cool programs upcoming that will help impact this. You guys have a growing number of unsheltered, and there's a lack of dedicated shelters within the community. There is an increase in mental health and mental health acuity within the community, again, not unique to Sterling Heights, as well as a rising substance abuse and overdose population. There are transportation barriers within the community which can impact that access to service, access to employment, and does increase potentially those 911 calls to get them to services that they probably could otherwise get to if they had transportation. In addition to that, there's still stigma around mental health and a lack of knowledge about the available resources that exist, both within the city and the surrounding communities. And the language barriers, going back to that Sterling Heights statistic, about 64% or only 64% speak only English. That's a good chunk of your population who may have a language barrier that impacts them accessing services. And then there's a fragmented service delivery system, right? There's a lack of care coordination. You have fire and EMS who are maybe taking people to a hospital. They're being triaged, they're being let go, and then you're repeating that the next week with the same exact resident. There's a lack of information sharing and gaps across what services are available. And there's also a lack of a central repository for those resources. And so there are resources out there, but how do residents know where to access them? How do your first responders know how to access them? All of that to say there's a lengthy list of issues that we found throughout the assessment. However, that is not to say that you guys are not doing great things. And so I would be remiss if I didn't point out that Sterling Heights is really being very innovative. And we don't usually see this level of innovation from a city. Every once in a while you'll get it at a county level, but not usually at a city level. So there's always, what we found is there is a strong commitment to the community, to improving, to be innovative. The focus on public safety and wellness is evidenced everywhere that we saw. The city actively works to ensure that the residents are safe and to identify what their role in that safety is. And there is a city awareness of mental health and substance use issues within the community. We saw some of the great examples earlier, and I know Mark mentioned a few. You know, the Comeback Quick Response Team, Hope Not Handcuffs partnership with FAN, your naloxone leave behind program, the overdose runs, the Second Chance program. I mean, I could go on. There's a list of programs you guys have done that are really at the forefront, and not everybody does them. So we took all of that information, we looked at the pros, we looked at the cons, here's your issues, here's what you're doing well. And what we are currently working on is we've put together a list of proposed goals and outcomes for the city as they look forward, as well as some strategic positioning related to those goals and objectives. We broke down all of these goals and strategies into 3 focus areas. The first of which was social determinants of health and all of the things that encompass that. The second of which was mental health and substance use services. And the third of which is that focus on a healthy lifestyle and a broader positioning. So I'll go through some of these, but do note that this is incomplete. This is a starting point. This is the start of the conversation. We've outlined these. We've outlined some very tactical activities that could lead up and support these. But really, that's a future conversation between the city and all of you to where do you want to divert those resources and what is the prioritization of some of the things that we've listed. And so for social determinants of health, we listed 2 goals and objectives for this. First of which is all residents in Sterling Heights live and work in a safe environment and have access to stable, safe, and affordable housing, transportation, education, and essential resources. The second of which is to ensure that the city of Sterling Heights creates and supports opportunities and programs that foster wellness and resiliency. And so with that, we've identified some strategies for Sterling Heights to consider. Building it upon and creating priority population-led community solutions, whether that's for housing or social services, some public health initiatives, or even healthcare, but to address the system biases and inequities and how you might be able to mitigate some of those so people have access. To support and expand community initiatives and opportunities that foster understanding and the application of cultural awareness and bias. So you have some populations where there is a bias to shy away from mental health or to sweep substance use disorder issues under the rug. And so how do you focus on leveling that and also going to people where they are in their culture or in the sections of your city and really trying to tackle that head on. And then advocating and investing in convenient and affordable transportation options. We heard a little bit about that earlier, right? All of the EMS and fire runs and how maybe if there were other options for some of these people that they would reduce the use of those city services and access services quicker before the acuity level of their need rises. And then for mental health and substance use disorder, we did list 3 goals and objectives. 1, advocate and support for accessible and culturally aware behavioral health and substance use disorder in multiple locations across the city. You guys have a relatively big footprint for a city, and so making sure that there's kind of that equal opportunity of services regardless of where in the city you're at. Second goal, reduce stigma and increase community awareness of mental health and substance use services and illnesses. And then objective 3, create and support suicide and overdose prevention programs within the community. Now you guys do have some of those, but again, to build upon those is really the key here. So some of the strategies we've listed that roll up under those 3 goals. 1, increase the availability of low barrier treatment programs to improve access. That could look like a lot of things. In some ways, that's a lot of awareness. Where are the services? How do we get people to them? 2, promote and invest in behavioral health workforce development initiatives to increase the number of community-based providers. Workforce shortages are abound. I don't know that that's specific to Sterling Heights or behavioral health, but behavioral health in particular has a national workforce shortage. And so any support that cities, communities, counties can provide to create incentives or even develop training programs or help with any of that can only aid in the number of service providers. Number 3, establish and maintain an online community directory of behavioral health and substance use disorder providers. There's really not a central repository. We know we talked about some interactive maps on your website. Maybe this is a place where creating that section of the web page that has all of the services in one place, whether somebody who's an employee needs to access it, a resident needs to access it, or the first responders need to be able to direct people there. Number 4, promote community education on mental wellness and harm reduction strategies to reduce bias and improve awareness. Because you have such a diverse population, this is something where potentially campaigns could be helpful, whether they're social media campaigns, using your website, using some of your partnerships with your community groups, to make sure that not only is that information out there, but it's out there in a format that really keeps in mind the language and ethnic perspectives of your residents. And number 5, support and invest in having consistent social service resources available to those first responders who are aiding and responding to calls. Again, if we're pulling together a repository, maybe that looks like an app of some kind or a pocketbook. There's a whole lot of options there, but just making sure that the people who are coming in contact with your residents have the tools at their fingertips to help aid those residents in getting services. And then the last focus area is the healthy lifestyles. We have 2 goals underneath this. One is to ensure that Sterling Heights residents have access to affordable, nutritious food that aligns with dietary and cultural needs and also supports that physical health. And goal number 2, fostering safe and strength-based environments for residents. You guys have great parks and rec here. This is a great intersection with that. It's how do we make sure that mental wellness is incorporated into some of those programs. Some strategies: promote school and community-based partnerships designed to meet the needs of children, youth, and families. Support parental and resident outreach and education initiatives, perhaps hosting workshops or school-based resource fairs. Support worksite programs. Those can be informational, educational, social, but you guys have a lot of big companies in Sterling Heights, and so how do you partner with them to further this mission and message as well? And then partner and support or co-locate a mobile food pantry is an option. Or I heard a community garden earlier, which I loved. But places where you can bring people together, both on a social level, but you're also promoting that healthy lifestyle and wellness at the same time. For some of your vulnerable populations, this also is a social outlet, so it does a few things. And so all of that to bring back is, what is the city's role in all of this, right? You guys are not a direct service provider. And so really the city's role is as a promoter and a convener and a facilitator and maybe an investor. How do you promote this? How do you make awareness? How do you get the word out there to your residents? And because you guys tend to be at the forefront of conversations frequently, how do you convene people? How do you bring those people together in a way, whether it's county partners or local organizations or state partners, right? To be that facilitator to convene people. And then as an investor, unfortunately, we've heard about some of the grant and funding woes today, but you know, the option to take some of that grant funding and maybe invest it in some of these programs, or to piggyback on or partner with some of these other organizations to fund initiatives. But really at the end of the day, and I think the biggest takeaway I can have after going through this exercise with you guys is, don't do this in a silo. The best way to do this is the collective impact. Partner with your faith community, partner with your business community, partner with your healthcare providers, partner with the residents, the county, the state. The state and the county, they have all of these strategic plans as well. They have a suicide prevention plan. They have a housing partnership plan, right? So how do you take Sterling Heights and be that convener and be that facilitator and be that promoter and partner with them to create a collective impact, to move the needle on some of these issues that we have identified? And so what might success look like? We're currently still in the process of really finalizing the strategic plan. So this meeting was a little early for me to give you some concrete stuff. But what does success look like? You have some goals, you have some strategies, putting together that action plan with very concrete tactics and what the resources to get those tactics are. But success might look like this: increased awareness of mental health services and resources, reduced stigma in your community, reduced negative outcomes from mental health and SUD illnesses, increased quality and strength of collaborative partnerships and programs,
and a development of maybe a mental health workforce development program, especially as people are looking for peers to be in their community, right? You can have some of these non-licensed positions that can really move the needle. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant City Manager Dale Jabakowski to take it from here.
Thank you very much, Brianna. I appreciate it. I thought it would be nice, that was a lot of stuff. That report is 100 pages long, a lot of technical data, but to summarize it, where we're at, mental health is very, very complex. We've been dealing with this for many years at the police department, fire department, as a city in general. How do you fix it? On the left is a host of stuff we've been doing in the city, really leading the way in Macomb County on all of our initiatives. Safe Home Task Force, one of the few in the entire state, the first to bring a social worker in-house. Now we have 2 case workers. All of our drug programming, FD coming up with mobile integrated health officer, paramedicine. It is really leading the way, and we've been doing that. And our crisis intervention training, we've really raised the bar there. The county now is offering a 40-hour crisis intervention training, and we're sending our officers that right now to better respond to people in crisis. Our peer support team is very robust with the fire department and the police department, taking care of those first responders that take care of our residents. Very, very important. And all of our partnerships with our local nonprofits, Face Addiction Now, clearly big partners of ours, Chaldean Community Foundation, Access Health down there on 14 Mile Road, Samaritas, so many good places, nonprofits doing some great work for Sterling Heights, and our continued partnership with Macomb County Community Mental Health, Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and not to forget our local school districts. That's a huge part of what we do, and we are seeing so many problems right now with juveniles, with mental health problems, and we have to partner with our local schools. So what does the Sterling Wellness Initiative look like? What should the city be doing? Well, number one, focus on improving mental health services, accessibility and connection. Like Brianna said, we are the conduit. We don't provide the service, but we connect people in our community with the right service. That green section in the middle, leadership. Leadership matters. And just like sustainability, we've threaded sustainability into everything we do. All of our planning, economic development, you have to thread mental health into our planning and future planning. Leaders need to know this with everything that we work on. And the third thing there, continued community outreach and development of a Sterling Wellness app or a robust website to pull all of those resources. So when a firefighter, a police officer shows up, we can say, here, just scan this QR code or go to this website. Here is a list of people that can get you help and treatment today. And we can do all of those things. Targeted programs, most of you have seen all of these. Our Hoarding Safe Home Task Force, these are big problems making an impact to our residents. Addressing homelessness and housing issues, insurance obstacles. We're dealing with this right now. Mark Hansel, our caseworker, half of the stuff he deals with, he shows up at a house, someone's got a problem, that person has no insurance, so they think they have no insurance, but then he gets them signed up for Medicare, Medicaid, directs them to that resource, gets them a doctor, and that's how they get treatment. That is a project in and of itself, getting through those insurance obstacles. Socioeconomic barriers to treatment, we've heard so much about that. Immigrant support, we know we have a huge population of foreign-born people here in Sterling Heights. Substance use disorders, we're tackling every single day on the road with police and fire. And then the newest, not the newest, but one of the most recent threats are juvenile mental health issues. So many problems with depression, anxiety, and it seems like that's getting worse by the year. So next steps, what do? The police department was one of 4 departments in the country to receive a grant, hopefully it's still there, a grant to pay for a couple officers with a caseworker to go live real time as a co-responder, police officer and a caseworker in a car to show up at a house with someone in mental crisis. We want to go forward with that pilot project that would be completely paid for with grant money. Community collaboration, working with all of our nonprofit partners, and especially our groups here within the city, the Clergy Forum, Ethnic Community Committee, our Youth Advisory Board, what a great resource, Housing Commission, utilizing all those people, again, threading mental health into everything we do in the city. Digital tools, 988, we know 988 is what you call suicide prevention, but it's also mental health crisis. You dial that on your phone, you can text, and there is someone's going to answer the phone and get you resources. But we're going to see more teletherapy, apps and AI chatbots to help people in crisis. And the last one, literacy campaigns. Again, making sure that our residents, this is no good if residents don't know that it's out there. Awareness, training, and reducing stigma. So continued strategies, being involved in our schools, big time. School counselors, peer support programs, our school resource officers, our youth bureau, being embedded in the schools. We have to stay there. Connections, finding the right resource at the right time. That's what our caseworkers are doing, our firefighters are doing, and our police officers are doing. Holistic community wellness, green spaces, community areas, parks and trails. Sterling Heights has knocked this out of the park. The Japanese have a term called Shinrin Yoku, which is forest bathing. It sounds funny, but the natural idea of going outside for a walk, how it can clear your head, make you be in a better mood, reduce depression, anxiety. This is documented, scientific. Give some people a way to recreate, they will be in a better mental place. And Sterling Heights is really doing a great job with this. And we can't forget our own internal employees, workforce support, employee mental health programs, peer support, which we're doing a great job at police and fire, and our employee assistance programs. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Mayor, I know you and the city council join me and our administrative team in our enthusiasm and pride for the good work that's going on in this area. I really do believe we're hitting it out of the park here. We're hitting on all 8 cylinders. But we welcome some feedback. Maybe there's some areas we're missing. This is a work in progress, but nonetheless, very, very important. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Council, is there anyone with any comments or questions? Mrs. Zarko.
Mayor Taylor, first of all, thank you for the presentations, not just ones we just have it all day long, but this one I think is pretty much what we hear over and over again is mental health, and it's from every age group. It isn't just one age group. We hear it from our teenagers in high school and what they experience on a day-to-day basis. Sometimes it's a matter of recognizing what the weakness might be, and then finding a way to educate those youngsters or anybody on how to handle it. And I think sometimes coping skills aren't as prevalent as they once were. So I think if we could teach, whether it be youngsters or senior citizens, coping skills on whatever problem comes up, and I think we do that sometimes by giving them the resources that they need. So, but I just say keep up the good work. I think we're doing a great job. Certainly we are leading, actually the county, as far as all of the other services that, we're providing and also the programs that we have in place. So I think we should continue to do what we are doing and then listen to see if there's something more that we can do. So nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Zarko.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you. We're absolutely in the right direction on this. We talk about stigma. There's such a stigma out there. I work in a high school. I know these kids. The stigma is we can't talk to anybody about our problems because, we can't ask for help. We have to be independent, or we don't want to. We're embarrassed. I can't tell you how many days a week I have kids sit at my desk and I say that same thing over and over and over to them. And I am not a healthcare professional. I am a paraprofessional. So these are kids that trust me with private things, and I can direct them to resources. But mental wellness or mental illness and substance abuse, they don't care if you're red or blue. They don't care if you're rich or poor. They don't care if you're what religion you are or what culture you are. They don't care where you live. It happens everywhere, across the board. So there really should be no stigma, and a lot of times, culturally, those are the hardest people to get to because culturally, some people are taught that they have to just be strong. And I think the more that we get out there and share the resources in our community, I'm proud of Sterling Heights. I think we do a fantastic job. We can always do better. There's always more we can do, but gosh darn it, we are heads and tails above a lot of other communities. And I will give Warren Con credit. On the backs of all the student IDs, they do have the suicide hotline now. If they need those resources. And that was actually one of my suggestions. I'm on the Health Advisory Committee there, and I said, you know, you can't have these phone numbers out in the hallway. Kids are not going to use those resources. If they have to stop in the hallway when there's other kids around, put them in the bathrooms. You know, a lot of times at bars and restaurants, ladies will go into the bathroom stalls and there's resources for trafficking and for spousal abuse or partner abuse or drug abuse, suicide. Those resources are there. We just have to be more cognizant of how we can expose people to what they need without them feeling embarrassed to be writing down a phone number or taking a picture of a QR. That's what I want to see. I want to see us making these resources that we have available, but it doesn't always have to be on a billboard. You know, let's make it a little more private so people don't feel so embarrassed. And that's my only suggestion, but everybody keep up the good work because, you know, there's a lot of work still to do, but together, you know, it takes a village, and here we are. So that's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Mrs. Srowski.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Yes, mental health doesn't discriminate. Poor mental health, or not poor mental health issues do not discriminate. And it is so important to have the resources and to have the resources consistently available. And so I really do applaud what we're doing going forward. I'm so thrilled that we have the 2 caseworkers, and, you know, I venture to say that maybe even more would be needed. I think that they're going to be extremely overwhelmed by all the work that they need to do. There are great resources through the county, and so they do have the state funding for that. So I want to make sure that we are not trying to duplicate services, and I don't think that as not being a provider, we're going to hopefully dodge that. But as a support partner, redirector, I think it's extremely important. As a nurse, I don't think there's any day that I don't deal with a mental health crisis, either with my employees or with my patients that I'm in charge of, or our support staff that takes care of us, the housekeeping and all of that. There's always something going on that's just debilitating to the person who's experiencing it. And any resource is better. The opportunity to have resources makes it so much better. So I really appreciate this program. I know that we cannot provide services, and I would never advocate for that at this time, but I am very happy that we are able to continue to support our staff and our residents. And I think that that's all I'm going to say at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Srowski. Council, anyone else? If not, thank you, Ms. Jacob, and thank you to everyone that's working on mental health here. Mr. Drojakowski, really our entire city administration and city workforce has bought into it, and I think it was very well said by Mrs. Schmidt. I think that this is a tremendous program. It's paying dividends. It's working well. We've got tons and tons of more work to do here, but we're on great footing. So, all right, thank you. Mr. Vanderpool, moving on to the next item tonight.
Thank you, Mayor, and this is our last item of the evening. We talk a lot about our visioning plans in large part because they were developed with significant engagement from the community, and as such, the plans are a product of our residents and their vision for the future. They're plans that have set forth the type of city residents want to see in the future. Visioning 2030 set forth the Recreating Recreation Initiative, which was approved by the voters. This citywide investment has proven to be transformational for the city, increasing quality of life, increasing property values, increasing our population, stabilizing school enrollment, which had been on a decline, and creating an immense sense of community pride. The same is true for our Visioning 2040 plan and the subsequent pathway to play and preservation, which again sets us on the continued prosperity path for a city that will look much different in 10, 15 years. A city with expanded pathways and sidewalks, an 80-acre nature preserve that residents of all ages can access and enjoy, 2 new major park developments with enhanced quality of life amenities, not to mention a new state-of-the-art pickleball facility, a second dog park in the southern part of our city, satellite library amenities, reforested neighborhoods, and most importantly, a first-ever land bank, which will provide funding to acquire land and place a conservation easement over it, protecting it forevermore. Many of the projects approved by the voters will be approved within the first few years, but many will take years longer to complete. At this time, we'd like to take a few minutes to update you on the progress of these major initiatives that are forthcoming and approved by the voters, and we'll kick this off by starting with our city engineer, Brent Bayshaw.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. I'll jump right into the sidewalks. So sidewalks are broken down into 2 key areas for the city: the condition of the existing walk, which we address through the sidewalk replacement program, and the completeness of the sidewalk network, which we address through our sidewalk gap program. I'd like to start with an update on the completeness of the network. In 2020, a plan was created that identified priority sidewalk gap locations with the goal of having them completed within a 10-year time frame. The priority sidewalk gap map is shown here, and these gray lines represent existing sidewalk. The green lines indicate a sidewalk gap. So the red bold lines are the priority sidewalk gaps as identified in 2020. This map has largely remained the same, but it's adjusted from time to time as needs arise. For example, Hayes Road, Utica Road sidewalk was recently added due to the approval of this PPP millage and the need to connect neighborhoods to the upcoming Belvedere Park project and Rotary Park upgrade projects. So the city has made great progress in closing these sidewalk gaps since 2020, and these heavy blue lines indicate sidewalk installation that have been completed to close gaps. Many of the major roads now have a complete sidewalk network, and approximately 70% of our priority sidewalk gaps have been completed in the first 5 years. And in monitoring residents' requests, we have addressed all except for the 5 noted here, which include the west side of Ryan Road from 19 Mile to M59. And once this is done, this will complete both sides of Ryan Road within our city limits. The north side of 18 Mile Road west of Mound. This is a single parcel gap that will complete both sides of 18 Mile Road from Mound to DeQuinder. And the south side of 18.5 Mile Road between Ryan and Mound, and this will complete the south side of this mile-long stretch of roadway. And the west side of Dodge Park Road between 15 Mile Metro Parkway, and this is a 450-foot gap that will complete the Dodge Park network, sidewalk network throughout the city limits. And the north side of 14 Mile Road between Shaner and Hayes. And this is under easement acquisition currently and will complete the sidewalk gap for this mile-long stretch of roadway on the north side of 14 Mile Road. Of the remaining gaps to complete, many need right-of-way or easement acquisitions, and a few need feasibility studies. 17 Mile Road, which the study is underway currently, Utica Road near Van Dyke, and 14 Mile Road at Maple Lane. And in this case, the proposed verandas development would construct the walk, but we will review if it can be accelerated. Challenges do exist here, including floodplain cut and fill, but this part of the feasibility study will determine what would be needed to accelerate that construction. The second key area for the sidewalk is condition. The city addresses faulty sidewalk via replacement within the sidewalk replacement program. And the sidewalk replacement program began in the late 1990s, and we've completed one full rotation around the city, which was completed by sections. In 2017, a new rotation began, and the sections within the red highlighted areas have been part of the programs to replace all the faulty sidewalk within these areas, and we call these areas target areas. We also replace faulty sidewalk outside of the target areas within our program, and these sidewalks are typically in very poor condition and contain all the locations reported by residents, and in turn cold patched by DPW as a temporary repair, and we call these citywide locations. So typically anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 parcels are included in each program, and about 70% of the work is within the target areas. However, in recent years, we've noticed a rise in the need to replace sidewalk outside of these target areas. This need has reduced the target areas from 70% of the work to approximately 30% of the work. And this shift has led us to transition the program from a target-based program to a citywide program. So a citywide program without target areas will allow for more widespread repairs and allow for the worst to be addressed. So this map indicates what the next sidewalk program would look like, which each dot representing a repaired sidewalk section, which would be done in a manner similar to the before and after pictures shown on the slide. So what is the future of sidewalk maintenance for the city? Recently, the Office of Engineering began working on a citywide asset inventory of sidewalk. Data collection is ongoing and nearing completion aside from a QA/QC review. The city has identified 1,400 high priority locations and another 8,200 locations on a watch list identified as medium priority. The data is being stored in our GIS system, enable us to use all types of data analysis tools. So the map shown was created here within the system. The stars are the highest priorities for repair. They're designated either black or red. And the black stars are locations that have been inspected and cold patched by the DPW as a temporary repair. As I noted earlier, these locations were derived mostly from resident reportings that were inspected and deemed in need of repair. There are currently 517 of these locations citywide, with 325 of those patched this year. The red stars total 877 locations citywide. And these locations were derived via a citywide inspection canvas. So the goal for 2025 is to create a large citywide program to address these top priority repairs. To provide an idea of what these numbers mean, as part of the 2025 program and the previous 4 programs, sidewalk will have been addressed at 6,700 parcels, which would represent 1 out of every 5 residential homes. Moving forward, large citywide programs will continue and the asset management system utilized to scope the future programs. Sorry, I'm a little behind. The medium priority areas indicated by the red dots on the map will continually be evaluated and prioritized for future programs, and we also anticipate additions being made annually. So what is the future of sidewalk gap completion? The completion of the remaining priority sidewalk gaps will be scheduled over the next 5 years. Many of the sidewalk gaps that remain require right-of-way or easement acquisitions, and some of those are underway, but some of those also remain. We will program these acquisitions ahead of the program construction years for the gaps, and this plan provides for the completion of the vast majority of priority gaps to meet the established goals in 2020. The location and the construction years are as follows. So in 2025, we have completion of 14 Mile Road from Shaner to Hayes and the Dodge Park Gap that I mentioned earlier on the west side. In 2026, we have the completion of the 18.5 Mile Road on the south side from Ryan to Mound, and the section of sidewalk at Hayes and Utica Road near the proposed park improvements. 2027, we will have 18 Mile Road west of Mound and Ryan Road completion between 19 Mile Road and Dobie Road, Utica Road near Van Dyke, and 17 Mile Road from Mound to Van Dyke. 2028, we would look to complete the north side of 14 Mile Road in the city limits. And in 2029, the completion of 15 Mile Road with the Metro Parkway gap at Van Dyke and also the Moravian gap from Shaner to the east. So what does the 5-year plan and future sidewalk plan look like? Prior to the PPP millage, the city generally alternated the city gap and sidewalk replacement programs annually. With the PPP millage, we are proposing to annually fund and run both programs. We are also looking to front load the PPP funds to be able to address the poorest sidewalk conditions right away and complete the gaps as well as soon as possible. So the annual expenditure starts with $3.6 million in 2025, tapers to $1.75 million in 2029, and then allows for $1 million expenditures annually for the remainder of the 15-year millage term. So in summary, this plan was created to best maintain our sidewalk network and its prove its safety, as well as complete the sidewalk network as soon as possible so residents can quickly enjoy these improvements. This concludes my portion of the presentation. I'd like to now pass it along to our Parks and Rec Director, Kyle Langley.
All right, thank you, Brent. With pathways being a major component of the city's current and future initiatives, the continued development of new trails remains imperative for being an attractive destination for homeowners and visitors alike, while also making a positive impact on our climate action and sustainability plans. While it remains way too early to share a formal design, we have begun conversations with our established consultants to create a minimally intrusive yet accessible passive trail network through the nature preserve for purposes of exercise and connecting with nature. A very rudimentary route plan is on the screen, showing connections to our existing trail to the Corwell Health Campus, in addition to connections to the upcoming Dobry Road Trail, as Mr. Bayshaw just spoke about. Another benefit of this project will be access to the land, allowing us to start removing trash and debris that belongs in a landfill and not in our parks, and having greater access to prevent woody debris blockages in the drain for future sustainability. Other facets of the project will include opening of a restroom at the parking area and installing interpretive and educational stations at various points along the path, making for an immersive educational experience for our Nature Center team to curate. For timeline purposes, we expect design, engineering, and bidding to take place in fiscal year 26-27, with construction to be completed in fiscal year 27-28. To begin and take place during fiscal year 27 and 28, and assuming no major complications, the tentative grand opening for this amenity will be in the fall of 2028. Now, as we have noted at many of our previous presentations, the sport of pickleball continues to grow exponentially across the United States, and the prospect of getting an indoor complex for paddle sports is of highest priority, as our current gymnasium facilities are bursting at the seams. Since November, administration has been looking to identify available properties that would work well for a future facility. While all options truly remain on the table, our search is being refined using the following criteria. First, location. With many amenities clustered in the city center, our goal is to locate this facility elsewhere in the city to spread out our recreational assets. The map on the screen shows some areas that are highest preference at this time due to its proximity to some of those other recreational amenities, and also the likelihood of finding a parcel that suits our needs. Second is property type. To continue furthering the city's sustainability efforts, our search is focusing on finding property with an existing building and sufficient parking. Repurposing and rehabilitating a building as opposed to purchasing property and constructing brand new will have less of a negative impact on our carbon footprint. Third is building size. To house all the components planned for a facility of this type, our search is focused on a building size in the ballpark of 35,000 square feet. While that size is a goal, the main focus, however, will be on delivering a facility to meet our needs while staying on budget. With these factors in mind, the Parks and Recreation Department has engaged TMP Architecture to assist with feasibility planning, which has been underway for the past month. This exercise will not only help us put pen to paper on some initial concept designs, but will also help us identify cost estimates to bring a new facility to life that will include the 8 pickleball courts, 6 table tennis tables, and associated support spaces that were presented with the millage. In addition, this will help us hone in on potential available properties that can suit our needs. For timeline purposes, it is expected that we will purchase property and begin final design and bidding during fiscal year 25-26. Construction will begin in fiscal year 26-27 with an anticipated grand opening in June of 2027. Continuing on with topics from the Pathways millage, I would like to turn our focus towards the 2 park development projects that were contemplated by the voters and ultimately approved this past fall. With a focus on staying in lockstep with Visioning 2040 principles, the design of these flagship park spaces will result in distinctive areas that will enrich living for residents throughout the entire city. Important to note again is that we are truly just getting started with the design and planning process for both park development projects. The reimagination of Rotary Park is a concept that began before the PPP millage was introduced and approved by voters this past November, as the city was approved for a grant to purchase the current property currently occupied by Clinton River Canoe and Kayak, while also purchasing available land adjacent to that site in early 2024. With the grant process really starting to pick up steam, the city has set the stage for what is expected to be a transformative project at one of our eastern entry points. Just in the recent few days, the department has initiated a purchase order for design and engineering services to commence while we work through the remaining property acquisition tasks. The conceptual plan, as you've seen on the screen, which is not new, will be the basis for our design. But since the grant was applied for long before we purchased the property to the west of the current livery, there will be substantial updates to the final conceptual plan to account for the additional park acreage that is now in our inventory. Highlights of this park development project, as a reminder, per our existing plan, include a new canoe and kayak livery, covered and open picnic areas, restrooms, 2 full-size soccer fields, and trails, including a path to historic Belvedere Park with landmark monument and interpretive signage. For timeline purposes, we expect design, engineering, and bidding to take place in calendar year 2025, with construction to begin in the spring of 2026. The anticipated grand opening will be spring 2027. Now, as you all may recall, the Red Run Park project that was on the docket truly was the most shovel-ready, as we had secured a portion of funds outside of the millage for the purposes of design and engineering work, as well as the start on construction, thanks to an allocation through Representative Nate Shannon's office and an ARPA allocation. With the millage approval taking place, City Council had awarded a contract to Spalding DeDecker Associates as well to start with the design services right away, as those funds were readily available. And since our kickoff meeting on November 26th, I am happy to report that the Spalding DeDecker team has already been hard at work with preliminary design and engineering of the area, starting on floodway and floodplain surveys, a tree survey, topographical survey, Phase 1 environmental, and preliminary layout of the Iron Belt Trail section with bridge to cross the drain. All of the above work and findings will be compiled and integrated into the final site plan to bring forward the design that you see on the screen, which again was originally presented at this time last year. Highlights of this park development, as a reminder, will include outdoor lighted pickleball courts, southern dog park, trails, covered and open picnic areas, restrooms, and more. For timeline purposes, as I mentioned, design and engineering is currently underway and will be done in conjunction with Rotary Park, as there's a lot of similarities to the design and engineering of both of those sites along our watershed and in floodplains and floodways. We expect the engineering and design to be completed this fall. Construction will commence spring of 26, and a grand opening is tentatively expected in the spring of 2027. Which, as you've probably heard, and if you're taking notes, is shaping up to be quite a busy year for parks and recreation amenities here in Sterling Heights. In closing, I would like to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share this brief update and start building excitement for these new distinctive areas coming to our community. I would like to now introduce Alexis Richards, who will be providing the update on the reforestation initiatives through the Pathways millage.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Langlois. It is now my pleasure to provide an update on the city's reforestation efforts to date and our plans for the future. In 2024, Sterling Heights planted 1,200 trees along our right-of-ways and in our parks. This was accomplished in part through the utilization of $24,000 in grant funding. Looking to 2025, we will be planting approximately 3,400 trees along our residential right-of-ways. In the map displayed here, the blue dots represent residential properties that do not have a street tree. The highlighted pink areas designate our Justice 40 census tracts. These are areas that were identified as disadvantaged by the federal government, utilizing various environmental and social criteria. Ensuring that the most vulnerable residents begin benefiting from the effects of increased tree coverage is an important consideration, and as such, our planting efforts will be concentrated in these areas to begin with. These plantings will be accomplished by utilizing $1 million in grant funding. Beginning in 2026, we start to utilize the funding generated from the passing of the PPP millage. We anticipate planting approximately 1,600 trees using $600,000 in PPP funding. These plantings will continue to fill in the gaps in our residential neighborhoods. We anticipate concentrating in neighborhoods that are most in need of trees due to lack of canopy coverage, while also looking to disperse the plantings throughout the city. We anticipate planting all 15,000 trees within 7 years, finishing the millage plantings in 2032. During this time, we will continue to seek out grants and will be able to utilize the dedicated funding for any potential match requirements, allowing us to increase the number of trees that will ultimately be planted. There are many benefits that come with increasing tree canopy coverage, and specifically with street trees. From an economic standpoint, street trees reduce utility costs by providing shade during hot summer months, which lowers the need for air conditioning, and by acting as windbreaks during colder months, which reduces heating demands. They also aid in increasing property values by creating a more desirable place to live. There are numerous environmental benefits associated with planting street trees. They increase air quality through the removal of particulate matter, which is particularly important in areas with vehicle traffic. They reduce the urban heat island effect, which aids in keeping areas cooler. They reduce stormwater runoff by aiding in infiltration and filter out pollutants before they enter the groundwater or our stormwater system. And as they grow, the number of organisms that are supported increases, allowing for more wildlife habitat. There are also social benefits associated with street trees. Studies show that street trees help slow neighborhood traffic by creating a tunneling effect that naturally results in people wanting to go a bit slower. Furthermore, they promote public health and well-being. People are more likely to walk and exercise in areas that are shaded, as it is a more pleasurable experience. Additionally, stress and anxiety has been found to be reduced when people have consistent access to trees. In order for the community to buy into and understand the benefits of the trees that will be planted as a result of the passage of the millage, we will need significant community engagement. One such way will be providing a flyer to residents when their tree is planted, highlighting the benefits, and providing information on how they can help support the growth of their new neighbor. I look forward to continuing to update the city on our reforestation efforts as we continue to plant trees and transform our neighborhoods for the better. And with that, I would like to now pass it over to Mr. Castor to discuss our open space preservation efforts.
Thank you, Ms. Richards, and good evening, everyone. I'm excited to discuss the importance of the open space preservation component of the pathway to play and preservation millage and its impact on our community. A couple of the most common remarks we hear in city development when a new project comes in is, can we save any green space part of this development, and do we have to develop every piece of property in the city? While the city cannot prevent the development of private land, what we can do through the P3 millage is offer an option to purchase land and save green space for the preservation or the establishment of passive recreation areas as well as the green space. Preserving open spaces offers numerous environmental, economic, and social benefits to the community, some of which include improving the air and water quality. Open spaces also act as natural sponges, absorbing rainwater and limiting runoff that makes it to our rivers and drains, in addition to protecting wildlife habitats and supporting biodiversity. Additional benefits from preserving open spaces include limiting development to prevent overcrowding, in addition to promoting mental well-being with a place to visit and connect with your neighboring residents. Preserving open space also directly supports the 2040 Visioning Plan's guiding principle of sustainability, ensuring a city that is exceptionally maintained, sustainable, and environmentally responsible. As we identify properties to preserve, we will create an evaluation process to identify priority properties. Some of the evaluation criteria may consist of identifying properties across all neighborhoods, ensuring all residents benefit from open spaces. We may consider underutilized properties that are vacant or blighted, providing an opportunity to repurpose these into green spaces. The properties under consideration could be of all different sizes, from small properties to work as pocket parks to large areas for nature preserves. There are other contributing factors such as ecological importance, proximity to wetlands, recreational potential, community needs, and ultimately cost and feasibility. A structured approach ensures that we prioritize areas that offer the greatest value to the community. Open space preservation enhances the quality of life for residents by providing opportunities for recreation, education, and outdoor enjoyment, aligning with the 2040 Visioning Plan's commitment to enriched living. To ensure transparency and gather valuable community input, we will be implementing a multifaceted communication strategy as well. This includes publishing articles in the Sterling Heights Magazine, developing online resources, and potentially utilizing other channels such as social media campaign, attending public meetings or tabling events, and soliciting feedback from residents, businesses, and city council on potential properties for evaluation. We encourage all stakeholders to actively participate in the feedback process, and through public engagement, you can voice your ideas to shape the city that you want. Initially, to show commitment to preserving green space, we are advance funding $5 million to show an initial strong commitment to securing properties around the city. This would then follow up with incremental spending across the years 5 through 15 of the millage. The map is a representation, not specifically identifying any properties that we are looking into securing, but showing that we intend to select properties strategically scattered throughout the city. This distribution ensures equitable access for all residents and businesses. Properties will likely vary in size and purpose, from the small pocket parks to the large natural areas for wildlife refuge and conservation. With a greener future in mind, we've set a goal to acquire open space property this year. By creating a diverse network of open spaces, we address community needs, enhance recreational opportunities, and foster a sense of sustainability citywide. To wrap up, municipal open space preservation is about more than just land. It's about preserving open spaces, it's about protecting natural resources, and enhancing quality of life. Through careful evaluation and planning, we can create a healthier, more sustainable city. Thank you, and I would like to now introduce Ms. Varney to discuss the finances of the P3 millage.
Thank you, Mr. Castor. I have the privilege of being the last speaker tonight, so I'm sure you guys are all excited about that. So I just wanted to go over some updates to the financing plan for the PPP millage. Just one thing to be aware of in the upcoming budget, you're going to see 4 new funds to make sure we have full transparency on how we're spending the millage money. There's going to be a fund, PPP fund, that you'll see that's where the tax revenue will come in, expenditures for the major park projects as well as operations. But then we're also going to create 3 separate funds, a sidewalk fund, a land bank, and tree preservation. So it will be very transparent and easy for residents and council to see that we are spending the money in the way that the voters intended. So as several of the speakers mentioned, we want to make a big splash in the first 3 years. So we're planning on advance funding some of the projects. You can see here, of course, so we'll be bonding for the Parks and Recreation projects, which include the Nature Preserve Trail, Rotary Park, and Red Run Park, and the pickleball complex. But we're also going to bond for $10 million in the sidewalk gap repair program. And again, that'll allow us to get a significant amount of work done in the first 3 to 5 years, much more work than we would be able to do in a pay-as-you-go method of about $1.5 million a year. And then the same with open space preservation, bonding about $5 million, so we can really make a significant impact in purchasing open space in the first 3 years. So we're looking at a potential bond of just under $40 million to be issued probably late spring, early summer of 2025. And then as far as the annual expenditures, that bond will result in an estimated bond payment of about $3.6 million. And then again, since we'll be advancing the first 5 years of the sidewalk gap repair program, then in years 6 through 15, that'll be about $1 million a year. We'll be purchasing the satellite library in the first year, and then the reforestation in years 1 through 7 of about $600,000 a year, which gets us to our goal of the 15,000 new trees in the first 7 years, and then adding to the land bank at $1 million a year in years 5 through 15, and reserving about $750,000 a year for operations of all the new amenities. So that is the current financing plan, and that is the end of our presentation.
Mayor, we appreciate you and the city council participating in the presentations and your input on the agenda. We look forward to your feedback now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vanderpool. I mean, I guess what I would say now is I'll give the floor to council members. We can go through a round of question, answer, comments on this last agenda item, and then move to item F, which is council feedback, or we could just kind of wrap the two of them up together, which I think would probably happen anyway. So I'll open the floor to any council member who would like to comment on this last item and has any other comments, questions, or feedback that they'd like to give.
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Schmidt.
Just a couple of things. First of all, on the trees, the tree plantings, so I'm not sure who wants to take this. You know, is it possible, I mean, there's no incentive for somebody to go out and buy a tree now because we're going to plant all these trees over the next how many years. So is it possible if someone does want a tree, they can request a tree, I guess? I'm not sure who wants to take this. Mr. Moore? Or Ms. Richards?
I think that should be a possibility. That they should.
So do we.
I mean, otherwise, they're not going to buy a tree if eventually it's going to be a tree that the city's going to plant. Mayor Taylor.
Who wants it? Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I'm taking notes here.
So that's already taking place right now. We've had some folks call and they've said that they want to have a tree planted right away, and we've kind of told them, well, if you can wait just a little bit of time, you may be able to get the tree for free. So everyone who's called, we've kind of held off for a short window of time, and I know there will be some calculated areas that Mr. Richards spoke to of where they're going to go first, but it's definitely in our hopper of how to determine when those folks call and they want to pay for a tree today. Is there a way we can, a handful of trees, get those put there first, but that's definitely on our agenda to somehow solve that concern.
Okay. And also through the chair, I guess to Mr. Langless or Mr. Castor, I'm not sure who wants this one either, where Moravian Park is going to be, not Moravian Park, where Red Run Park is going to be, there's a house like that we are going to encapsulate with our park. Have we talked to those folks about maybe wanting to sell that property?
We have not yet. So I think that, remains as we're starting to look at all of our planning, whether it's doing Red Run Park or looking at our park plans at even Rotary Park. There's parcels of property that really might be beneficial to our ultimate plans for those areas, and those are conversations that are going to need to happen.
I just kind of feel bad for those folks because it's an isolated house and we are totally surrounding their house. But, okay. And then my last question, I guess, would be about the sidewalks. We're doing sidewalk completion and sidewalk gaps. What are we doing about the subdivisions that don't have sidewalks? And those residents are paying part of this millage.
Well, I think, they'll see the benefit by the sidewalk network. Like the subdivisions that I'm thinking of is like Heinz Garden, Wanda Park.
Hatterley Village doesn't have sidewalks, I don't think.
Yeah, and to be honest, since I've started working here at the city, I've not received one request from any people in those neighborhoods to have sidewalk across their frontage. So I imagine, there may be some in support of it, but I think there'd probably be a lot against it. It's not something that I'm saying I'm closing the book on. I'm just saying that I haven't received any requests in any of those neighborhoods to have sidewalk installed. Okay.
I think, all of this is very exciting. A lot of great plans. And I have to say that the sidewalk gap completion on Moravian, thank you to whoever convinced Clinton Township to include themselves in that project because they made crossing that bridge as a pedestrian much safer. And I look forward to seeing how this all plays out. So that's really all the questions I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Council, anyone else? Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Just a couple of comments. I think a lot of what we have planned is exciting. Tree replacement, sidewalk not only that, is completion and replacement. I guess through the chair, whoever wants to answer me is, have we any calls from residents saying that they wanted their sidewalks replaced because they felt they needed it replaced?
Yes, we have numerous calls every year of that nature. And this year we had, so what happens is they'll call, we'll do an inspection, we'll work with DPW on getting a temporary repair, which would be a cold patch repair. And then we come through with the following year and do the ultimate repair, which is the replacement. The cold patch is temporary. So this year we had 374 parcels that we cold patched, and the majority of those are homeowners that call and either report sidewalk on their property or in their walking area that we go evaluate. And again, if they meet our replacement criteria and if they're dangerous sidewalk, we cold patch it and we do it with the following program.
I know that in doing the research, even for the proposal, there were communities that said that once they pass, the proposals in their cities, that the calls to replace sidewalks went up 3 times. So I would expect maybe in the spring, we're going to start getting people that are going to be calling us that want maybe their sidewalks fixed before they're scheduled. So that would be something we needed to pay attention to. Rotary Park, I think, needed to be expanded in order to make it more useful. So I'm glad we're doing that. But what I really want to look into that wasn't even brought up is some of the parks that are smaller that have no restroom facilities. When we were in Tampa, there was a company called Portland Loo, which is like a temporary, it's a shelter that actually houses a restroom facility. And I think those would be worth looking into for the small parks, like Family Park would be the one I think about, Washington Square Park, where we get residents calling us and saying that they want some kind of facility there so that when they take the kids there, they don't have to get in the car, find a restroom, then come back. So if we could really look into that to find out what kind of procedure it is, what's the cost involved, but I think it's worth looking into for some of these smaller parks. Financing plan, I understand the financing plan, so we're just going to borrow some money so we can do all this sooner. And nothing further. Thank you all for all the work that you put in. It was a long day, I have to tell you. There are times, but it was a very, very long afternoon. But thank you all, because I'm sure you put in a lot more time than we did here this afternoon. So, nothing further.
Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo Councilwoman Zarko. It was a long but tremendous, we got through a lot today. It's been great. A couple points I wanted to make is I'm very excited for Pathways to Play and Preservation. I'm encouraged about sidewalks. I think we need to have a conversation about adding sidewalks to some subdivisions that don't have it. At the end of the day, a sidewalk is a safety issue. It's a way for pedestrians, including kids, to walk to school, to get off the street. A couple times, not recently, but a couple times since I've been elected, we've had a situation where a child was struck on a street with no sidewalk. And that always is a terrible situation because we need to make the neighborhood safer. But that's a secondary concern. I'm obviously excited about the sidewalk gap completion and the acceleration of it because the sidewalk gaps that we've filled already on Moravian, on Maple Lane, on 14 Mile, I see people using them every day. And that shows you that there's been a need there for a long time, and we're finally going to have the ability to get to it. And I'm also excited about a whole new way of evaluating and fixing sidewalks in our community, so you're not kind of waiting until forever to get your sidewalk fixed. A couple comments on the proposals. I'm really hoping we can value engineer the pickleball facility because it's a large line item. I think we can hopefully reduce the cost and find some other place that we can work through to not have new construction. I'm hopeful for the residential tree canopy to be restored. I think that I appreciate residents who want a tree now, but I think we need to be very thoughtful in how we do this because the way to reduce cost and to increase efficiency and speed is not to do one-offs in neighborhoods, but to really come in and essentially replant whole areas of our community one at a time. I think that's the most efficient, cost-efficient, but also just time-efficient way of doing it. We also need to consider, I hope everyone is a good actor, but there might be people who are going to fight the fact that we're going to put a tree in front of their house. So we need to have an ordinance ready for a penalty, because if you go out there and you kill a city tree or a city property, you need to be aware that this is the city's property and not yours, and we're doing it. Because it'd be a shame to spend hundreds of dollars on trees to have residents destroy them on purpose. Not that I think it's going to happen at scale, but there have been some people who have reached out with some very negative things to say, so we have to prepare for it. I'm excited about open space preservation. I think we should really consider, if we can, expanding areas around some of our smaller parks. I know I talked with the city manager about a month ago. As we've increased our trail network and we've increased our recreation network, it's now not just a park here or a trail there, it's a network. We need to think about going to 24 or 12-month, it's a 24-hour day, but 12-month parks. You know, right now, I think we keep 2 parks open in the wintertime with restrooms. And I think we need to really start thinking about how are people using our facilities year-round? And should we be keeping restrooms open for patrons year-round? Should we be shoveling pathways in our parks year-round? I think we really need to consider that. I also think with all the new sidewalk we're adding and these pathways, I know that DPW bought some new clearing equipment for sidewalks. But we need to make sure if we're adding I know we're adding trees, we add it to our GIS, but if we're adding sidewalk, we got to make sure it's getting shoveled. I noticed that the new sidewalk on 14 Mile Road at the Jug Handle had not been shoveled once this year yet. It's brand new, and I don't know if anyone knows we're supposed to shovel it, but it wasn't being shoveled by anyone, and it doesn't have an address in our system. So we got to make sure that while we're adding these things, we're adding it to all our maps so people know that things have to get taken care of. Same with grass cutting or whatever else. We need to make sure that we're keeping up these assets that we're adding. I'm excited. I think this is going to be innovative. I think it's going to affect every corner of our city. And I think residents are really going to see the benefit almost immediately. So I'm excited to get started. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Mrs. Zarowski.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So I do want to echo all who have thanked you, all of our employees, all of the, even the residents listening. Thank you for being here tonight. As Mrs. Yarko said, it was a lot of work. It is and it will continue to be a lot of work, what we're doing with our city, but it's extremely appreciated, the time and effort that you guys have all put in for these wonderful presentations. As far as the PPP millage goes, I'm very happy to see what we're going to do with it, and what our plans are. I do agree with Mr. Radke that as far as the pickleball concept goes, I think that, you know, if we could find an existing building that can be retroed, I think that would be in our best interest, and I'm very supportive of that idea. Looking forward to Rotary Park expanding. My grandparents used to go out to Belvedere Park all the time. They got engaged at Dodge Park, and they're from downtown Detroit. So they'd come all the way up here, and even the west side of Detroit, not downtown, the west side was where they're from. And they would come all the way here for the amenities back then. I'd love to see us be as attractive to people all over the region, even more so with these improvements, and I think that that will very much help in that respect. As far as open space preservation goes, there aren't that many open spaces. I mean, there's some parcels here and there, so I am much in favor of acquiring property, even properties that might be adjacent to some smaller parcels that maybe we could then just make that open space, if that's a possibility, knock down an older home, if that's something that looks possible. I would like to see how as much property as we can get for the best dollar. Through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, just a question, because I've had this question already posed to me by residents. Has the Chaldean Community Foundation deeded us those 8 acres from that parcel yet?
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Sarowski. The answer is no. They're still going through the due diligence process, and that's still going to take some time, but I would imagine in the next 6 months or so, that process may be completed.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, that property has been purchased by them, though, the entire 10 acres. Is that correct?
That is the intent. I could call on our Economic Development Advisor, Luke Bonner, to clarify the latest disposition.
Thank you very much. Almost got
a chance to walk.
Thank you. To answer the question, City Council approved the purchase agreement and also the PUD for the site. The purchase agreement has a number of requirements in it before they're actually allowed to close, including getting all of their approvals, their finance approvals from MISTA, all of their engineering approvals from both the city, FEMA, and Eagle. If we can look at the experience from their first project, that's going to take a significant amount of time. The floodplain obviously is something they have to contend with, and the cut and fill, which we covered at the council meeting in pretty good length. So they have a lot of work to do. I don't expect that to be a quick closing, and we're in communication with them pretty regularly just to kind of see where they're at in the process, and they still have a lot of work to do.
Okay, thank you so much. And just as an FYI, or that project also will have some federal funding that might be frozen as well. So
potentially, I'm not familiar with everything that's involved with their capital stack, but potentially.
Yeah, so I'm going to investigate that as well, but I appreciate that, so thank you. Other than that, and that's all I have, Mr. Bonner, but other than that, looking good. I think our city is in a good place to be a good fiduciary for our residents' money that we are going to be spending. So I'm very happy with what we're doing so far, but I do want to make sure that we are being as judicious as possible, and I know that we shall try. And so that's all I have, Mayor Taylor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Zarowski. Anyone else? Mrs.
Yes,
Scott.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Ms. Varney. In regard to the bonding projects, is the PPP the only bonding that we're going to do in this budget?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm assuming that these are estimated figures that you're giving us here. They're not true actual figures?
Yeah, that's correct. All the park projects are in the midst of getting better estimates. So these estimates are based on the original estimates that we had when we put the millage forth. So yeah, those numbers could change based on the architectural estimates that we will need to go to bond. I mean, we will need better estimates to go to bond, and we are working on those.
Just so that I understand the type of bonding project, you have a bond payment of $3,600,000. Is that a fluctuating amount? Is that an estimated amount, high, low?
That's an estimated based on a 4%, basically based on borrowing $40 million on a 4% interest rate. Just for reference, the recent OMID bond that was issued by Oakland County, they got a 3.88. So I think 4% is a pretty good estimate of what we would get. They are a AA+, but the difference in our S&P rating should only account for about a 0.1%. So I think 4% is a really good, and usually bond payments are pretty consistent for the entire 15 years. So again, it's an estimate, but I think it's a pretty good estimate.
The reason I was asking is, was it going to, let's say that we get the 4%, that 4% could run the 15 years, or if we get a lower rate, an option for a lower rate, we can refinance at a lower rate. Is that correct?
Oh, sure. If like, say, 5 years from now, rates plummet, we can always look at refunding. There are rules about how long you have to hold a bond before you can refund it. But absolutely, we have refunded bonds in the past if interest rates drops, and of course we would do that if it would save money.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool. In our park improvements and enhancements, when can we get the parking lot for Donovan Park? Because remember, that's one of my favorites, children crossing Clinton River Road to go to their ball games.
Thank you, Councilwoman Koski, and the person who can answer that directly is sitting among us, and that is our Parks and Rec Director.
And I was pointing to Ms. Varney. That project remains on our to-do list. In fact, we've started to work with our contractors that we have to actually get some solid numbers for what that will cost us in the future, so we could potentially bring forward those projects for consideration in future budget proposals, but not part of this plan. Of course, that wasn't part of what we presented to the residents as part of this millage.
So we can't squeeze it in under PPP?
Go ahead.
No, I mean, that's not, PPP millage was not presented as fixing Donovan Park parking lot, so I believe that would not be allowed at all. It would have to be in the capital budget, and, every year we look at the capital requests and prioritize a limited amount of funds amongst a plethora of projects that want to be done. So it's just a matter of where it falls on the priority list along with all the other needs of the city, which this year include a fire pumper. So,
Well, I would like to place it as top priority in the budget for extra things to do. And my only other comment is the nature preserve. I think we should literally preserve that property. And the reason that you've got all that junk there, it's next to the building that's right off of Dobry. And I'm not even sure what that building is. If it was a utility building, and it looks like somebody is using it as a little resting spot, maybe?
Yeah, that building is actually and Mr. Moore can comment on it, but that's a water station there through our water distribution. As well, there is a restroom that was built into that facility that has never been opened. The water's actually not hooked up, which is kind of ironic since it's a water distribution site, but the facilities are there. And certainly what we found across our park system is when we don't have positive activity or people frequenting our park areas, negative activities can take place. And so the goal is as we bring more people to that area, that will start to cut down on any negative activities that are happening in kind of non-monitored places.
Well, the main thing that I request is that you don't take down any good, healthy trees to put your path in there. If you have to cut a little shrub down, that's okay. But let's not take down any 300, 200-year trees. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Koski. Anyone else? I'll go very briefly. Thank you to, do you want to go, Henry? Do you have anything on this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I couldn't read what you were.
No, I just want to make sure that I thank all the staff for all their hard work that they put into these presentations. All very exciting, especially the fire department. But this is very forward-moving for not only our fire department, but to see a number of the things that I've been championing over the last couple of years, starting to come to fruition is very exciting. But specifically, I would like to say thank you to all the staff for all the hard work you put into this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yanez. Again, yeah, thank you to all the staff. Incredible amount of work that went into this. Very detailed presentations, very helpful, informative. Good presentations, good policy issues for us to consider. So I want to thank you. I don't have a whole lot to add to the, sorry. In case you couldn't hear that at home, you should have been here. No, thank you to all the staff. Thank you to everyone who put time, energy, and effort into these presentations. My only comment on the last presentations, I've said this, I think, to Kyle before. I happen to know an avid pickleball player who is intending on using the pickleball facility. As you're going through the design process and architectural process and feasibility of it, my recommendation would be to talk to pickleball players who actually play pickleball. And it seems like common sense, but it seems like also a lot of cities are building facilities without actually talking to pickleball players, finding out what they want, finding out how they use the courts, finding out what they would like to see there, and it'll benefit everybody from beginners until 4.5s or 5.0s or whatever they call themselves. I don't play pickleball, but excited about all of it, and really excited about all of the pathways implementations that'll be coming up over the next few years, and certainly agree that it's a good idea to front load as much of that as we can. All right, I want to thank you all once again for all of your presentations and the information today, and appreciate your work for the city of Sterling Heights and what you do for the residents here. I think we're all going to benefit from the information that we talked about today and the policies that will be implemented because of it. So, okay. I'm going to wrap that portion up, and we'll move on to communications from citizens. Is there anyone here who would like to speak? I think what we'll do today is, there's 3 of you. So one of you is going to have to stick to 4 minutes. The other 2 can kind of go on. Just kidding, Ken, kidding. No, I mean, look, I don't want 10, 12 minutes, but I'll give you like an extra minute or 2 today because we have a very big agenda. We're combining, talking about the agenda and communication, so.
And I'm not going to talk, Mike.
Okay, you can if you want. Gentlemen, go ahead.
Maybe. Hello all, my name is Ronald Himmler. I live in this city, and I've listened to this year and last year of all these nice plans you have. I like it. You're planning to make Sterling Heights, continue to make Sterling Heights a good place to live, not simply park your car and sleep. However, I do notice that you're talking about engaging the community, getting feedback from stakeholders, as the colloquial phrase goes, but you're missing an opportunity. I've been to the city's website, and it's all business. You know, where do you get your dog license and all this other sort of stuff. But much of the information you've presented here would be good to put in a couple of English word paragraphs on your website, rather than just a bullet point and something. Describe how you're working with the PPP project, how the parks are going along, what your plans are for this and that. Put that on your website in English. Put like a 250-word paragraph or something in there for these various things from each department. That would be a good way for you to engage the community and tell them all these nice things you're doing, so they would feel more participating in it. It's free, and it's an opportunity you're missing, I think. However, just some specific things. Where the Dodge Park crosses under Van Dyke for the path to go over to Heritage Park, it's often flooded, and for a week or two, there's lots of mud and gunk in there. And it would be nice, what people do, they cross over Van Dyke. Now, I do that on my bicycle with some other friends, but at noon, there isn't much traffic. If it was 5 o'clock, there will still be kids that want to cross over because they can't go through the tunnel. It would be nice if you had one of those little push-button pedestrian crossings like you have on 15 down here near the school, so they could push that button and not get slaughtered. That would really be nice. On the recycling thing, we do all this recycling, and how much of it actually gets recycled into new products, and how much of it gets recycled by another path into the landfill? I couldn't find that at the website, which is why I was mentioning the other stuff. You should put all this nice stuff in the website. Okay. You had an advertising agency that was going to do website stuff for us and try to get eyeballs and mouse clicks and things like that. How do you know if they're actually accomplishing anything? Eyeballs and mouse clicks was all that crap they did in the 1990 .com boom, and it would turn out to be a bust. You need to say, well, do we want an increase in population? Do we want an increase in property values? Some measurable, tangible way to say that it's making a difference, particularly when it's compared to local areas. If we have an increase in some beneficial thing of 3%, and so does Troy, maybe your advertising agency is not responsible for that. You should have a way to do it and measure it in some tangible fashion. If you're interested in buying electric cars to play with them, okay, that's a choice. But if you want to do it more economically and you want to get into that, it'd be better for you to use hybrid vehicles. I spent 15 years or so working on batteries and testing batteries and things like that. Hybrids would be better for the city than a pure electric, and probably cheaper, or at least not any more cost than a regular ICE engine. The special fees for water runoff and control that you were talking about, whether it should be a fee on the water bill or something, that's going to be a hard sell to get people to. If you say to people it's a fee and it's not a tax increase, they're not going to believe you, and you're going to lose your credibility. People are going to call it a tax. If you would say it's not, then they won't have much trust in you. So you should put more information, like all this neat stuff, on your website in English, not bureaucracy or key phrases. Say to people, here's what we're doing, here's all this nice stuff. If you have comments and, maybe an email you could send in, somebody's got to read that someplace. Okay, so you should use your website more with English. Tell people all this nice stuff you're doing to engage them. That's the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else? If not, I'll close that portion and we'll go on to reports from city administration. Anything tonight, Mr. Vanderpool? Anything, Mr. Koszybski?
Not tonight, Mayor.
Council, anything else? Any reports? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Support.
It's been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. This meeting is adjourned. Thanks again, everyone. Thank you for watching, and thank you to our staff for all the help.